All right, we are live. Thank you for joining us today. Today we're going to continue our look at the recent debate between Michael Brown and Zakir Hussain. About 2 weeks ago, I suppose, maybe a week and a half ago, we looked at the first part of it. We only got through about 80%, maybe 90% of Zakir Hussain's opening statement before Adam Seeker joined the stream, and we got off topic. We had some good discussions with Muslims who came up, and we're happy to take that opportunity to discuss with Muslims instead of looking at the debate. But we're going to get back to the debate today. As you can see, I'm joined by Mary, David, your brother in Christ, and soon we'll be joined by Elle. She's not quite here yet. Before we get into the debate, let me open us with a word of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this time together. We thank you for the technology that allows us to connect and share with people all around the world, both people who are believers and people who are unbelievers. We ask that you be with us today and that you guide our discussion. We ask that you help us to expound upon the truth and avoid any error. We ask that you ensure that the stream reach those who need to hear it, and we ask that anyone who approach the material with an open mind, that they analyze the arguments and not simply dismiss what we have to say, whether they be a Christian, Muslim, or otherwise. Ask that you be with us on a personal level and that you strengthen us and give us the perseverance to get through this stream. We also ask that the technology work well today and that we don't have any difficulties. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen. All righty, so maybe a brief recap of what we watched last time would be a good place to start. I know that Mary prepared a whole bunch of slides, so I'll ask her to summarize what we saw in part one. And I'm putting her on the spot because I didn't tell her that in advance.
Yeah, sorry. I'm because I had to restart my computer. I'm actually not signed into YouTube on this computer anymore because I had to wipe everything because I had a darling child install malware on my computer. Anyway, yeah, we got mostly through Hussein's opening statement. He had a lot of the usual Islamic polemics and with extra embroidery that was made it even sillier. At the root of it, what Muslims have to do and what he did is he appealed to a book while simultaneously attacking it. So he'd say, this proves what I say. But now all you have to do is distort the meaning and twist it and change the words, all of that tahrif and believing a part and not believing another part and taking it, throwing it over your shoulder like that. That's what he said that you actually should be doing with the scriptures from Allah. Yeah, he went through some places in Isaiah, and that actually traces back to one of the companions of Muhammad made this silly thing up. It goes back, he went to the paraclete, of course, who is the Holy Spirit, right? Jesus says so, but somehow that's Muhammad. He went to, he tried to go to Genesis. One of the most interesting ones was claiming that the angel of the Lord is actually Muhammad. That the angel of the Lord was first Moses, and then later Muhammad was also the angel of the Lord, even though the citations in Exodus that he's referring to, Moses is talking about the angel of the Lord at that time, and God is talking about the angel of the Lord being a third person when God and Moses are talking together. There's also this third person, the angel of the Lord. So he can't possibly be Muhammad in those circumstances. And then he tries to make the angel of the Lord Muhammad later. But it's interesting that he does agree that the angel of the Lord actually is this later figure because that's Jesus. So yeah, it was special, creative, usual Islamic dawah quality.
Well, at least he was right about those passages being prophecies of a coming prophet, if you will. He was just wrong about who that prophet was. My favorite part, though, is that he opened the debate. Like, the debate is on whether Muhammad's in the Bible, and he spent like his first 3 or 4 minutes attacking the credibility of the Bible, which makes you want to know why he wants to find Muhammad in there if it's not a reliable book. In addition to, of course, not being the subject of the debate. When we get to Dr. Brown, we'll see that he brings that up repeatedly, that the subject of the debate is not the reliability of the Bible or the reliability of the New Testament. I'm only here, he says, to debate whether Muhammad is in the Bible, but my opponent can't talk about that subject because it's so obvious he's not there. He has to talk about something else. Your brother in Christ, did you want to add anything?
No, I think that about covers it. I mean, Mary covers it quite well. I mean, she's got reams and reams of documentation on this thing, according to what we saw last time, and that's just blew me out of the water. So,
David, anything you want to
add? Just something that I mentioned last time when we were live talking about this, because we just saw it again with the inspiring philosophy versus Daniel Hakikachu debate. But last time I mentioned that the Muslim debaters seem to get popular off some tactic that allows them to be deceptive, right? And if other people aren't prepared to expose the deception, then the audience, especially the Muslim audience, walks away going, aha, our guy destroyed him, and so on. So Zakir Hussain for years has just been making stuff up. He doesn't understand Hebrew. He just makes a bunch of stuff up, but he's talking to people who don't know Hebrew, so he just gets away with making stuff up. So that's the methodology. That's the tactic that he uses to defend Muhammad in the Bible. The last person in the universe, and I'm dead serious, the last person in the universe you should use that methodology on would be Michael Brown, right? He's a scholar of ancient Near Eastern languages. He knows the Bible better than all Muslims in the world combined. You don't use that methodology there, right? You keep that separate. The goal, I mean, since dawah is deception, the goal should be to use your method only in an atmosphere of ignorance where no one is in a position to expose it. So I mentioned that last time, but then we saw the same thing with Daniel Hakikachu's debate with Inspiring Philosophy, in that Daniel has always just completely misrepresented various studies and so on. But the people he's debating against aren't familiar with these, studies from 2016, 2012, and so on. So he could just say whatever he wants, and people just aren't familiar with those studies. And so he always sounds like he's got all this research backing him up, even though he's completely misrepresenting the studies. So if that's what helps him be effective, if that's what impresses his audience, then from an evil dawah perspective, you should keep doing that, but don't ever go up against someone who's actually going to do all this research and read all these studies ahead of time. You don't use it there. And so in this situation, Daniel challenges of every person in the world, he picks the one person that should be the last person in the universe he ever tries this on, right? He picks the one person who will go and read every single study ever written on child marriages and so on. And he picks that person to use it. In other words, he picks the one person who will expose the methodology. And so we just saw this back to back. And I don't know. I mean, I assume they're going to learn their lesson of, okay, when we're using a deceptive tactic or methodology, let's make sure we don't use it against someone who's just going to instantly expose it. But I don't know. I guess after using your tactic for a while, you think it'll work against anyone, and then so you want to go against the perfect foil for your methodology. But anyway, it's weird that just happened like back to back.
I think that he actually believes that he makes a better case. I think that he sniffs his own farts. He really does.
I think maybe he started out knowing he was being deceptive, but after doing it for so long, he actually believes his own arguments, perhaps.
So bad.
So you want to get to the next scene of the debate? I think we have two more.
Oh, 1 second.
Zakir Hussein's open.
Oh, before we do that, I do want to do a quick correction and apology to David. He cited Jeremiah, if you'll share my screen, Jeremiah 50:43 last time, and also 25:14, and those are both the same word. For some reason, my particular the software that I'm using does not transfer everything correctly, and I haven't yet coughed up for logos, although I will be. And it did not have those. But I thought it was particularly funny, Jeremiah 25:14. If you look, because it talks about the destruction coming to all the kings of Arabia from these negative, sinister, great nations who will impress and enslave them. But yeah, very, very clearly negative, even more negative great nations, as great nation is overwhelmingly used in the negative, is rarely used in the positive. It's only used in the positive when it's about Israel, in contrast to the greater nations in numbers and strength, etc. But somehow Ishmael is supposed to be a positive, even though the context is very clearly negative. But we can go on to the next.
All right, we'll get to the next scene here.
Now, Dr. Brown will no doubt appeal to texts such as the Gospel of Matthew in order to try and prove that Jesus is the prophet like Moses. However, the Gospel of John completely contradicts this notion in the following text, John chapter 1, verse 19 to 21. Now, this was John's testimony when the Jewish leaders in Jerusalem sent priests and Levites to ask him who he was. He did not fail to confess, but confessed freely, I am not the Messiah. They asked him, then who are you? Are you Elijah? He said, I am not. Are you the prophet? He answered, no. These three questions posed to John the Baptist make it clear that the Messiah, Jesus, is a different person to the prophet like Moses. John chapter 7 also makes it clear. The Gospel of John even records Jesus as confirming that the prophet like Moses, referred to as the paraclete, will come after him, thus supporting the view that the prophet like Moses will come after the year 70 CE.
So this is his
Idiotic.
next little argument here.
Where does he get the 70
Also.
CE from?
So it'll become apparent why he's saying that later in the debate, because Brown makes an argument in his book, which apparently Hussein read, that the Messiah had to come before the year 70. So because Brown argues that, Zakir Hussain just says it has to be after 70. He has no actual reason to say that, other than he wants to say Brown is wrong in his book.
Oh, he does. It's hilarious, though. It's hilarious. So yeah, he's just saying that here he's just saying that when the Jews aren't really sure about how many prophetic figures there were, because they weren't even sure about how many messiahs they'd have. You know, some of them thought there'd be two, some of them thought there would be one of two, some of them thought there would be different ones. Like, people were unsure of how many messiahs there would be. But somehow, if they went, oh, you know, are you Messiah the son of Joseph, or are you Messiah the son of David? Like, he would go, ha, there are two, that proves it. No, they just didn't know who the prophet like Moses would be. They didn't know who for sure the Messiah would be. And they expressed their uncertainty. I mean, like, they couldn't tell which one John was. So you're going to them to be like the total authorities on interpretation of prophecy that hasn't happened yet. And they don't know. They're asking, well, are you this one or this one or this one? Like, who are you? Very funny.
Yeah, I mean, really everything he just said was incredibly stupid as far as his interpretation goes. But this is pretty standard in Dawa. So the argument is that, so anyway, you have Deuteronomy 18:18 and Deuteronomy 18:15, which speak of, the prophet to come after Moses. And according to Acts, that refers to Jesus. And then, just so everyone follows the Muslim reasoning here, the claim is that since in John 1, the Jews were thinking of the Messiah as someone different from the prophet, therefore they're not the same person. Jesus can't be the prophet. Therefore, it must have been some other prophet. And Zakir Hussain somehow connects this to the paraclete, like this is talking about, like the paraclete is the prophet, which is insanely idiotic. I don't even know how he's making that connection. But the problem here is, once you say the prophet and the Messiah have to be two different individuals, because there were Jews who were expecting them to be two different individuals. Well, now you've hinged your argument on Jewish expectation. You've made Jewish expectation, the expectations of the Jewish leaders, the authority in this discussion. Now, so they expect the prophet to be different from the Messiah. Who do they go to ask him if he's the prophet? Do they go to an Arab or do they go to a Jew? They go to John the Baptist, who is as Jewish as you can possibly be, and they ask him, are you the prophet? So what were the Jews expecting? Were they expecting the prophet to be Jewish, as the context of Deuteronomy 18 makes very clear, or were they expecting an Arab prophet down in Arabia, as Zakir Hussain seems to think Deuteronomy 18 is suggesting? So notice, if he wants to say the Jews were wrong for going to John the Baptist and asking him if he's the prophet because, they should have been expecting an Arab, you're telling us you can't trust the expectations of the Jewish leaders of the time of Jesus. But what is his entire argument just based on? The expectations of the Jewish leaders during the first century. So notice, once again, just like they do with the Bible, we'll look at the entire Bible, we'll cherry pick anything that can agree with us, and anything else we'll just throw out. They'll even do that with specific groups at specific times. Hey, does this group suggest anything? Did they believe anything that we could use as part of our argument? Yes. Okay. Well, we'll appeal to their expectations as evidence and the final authority in all of this. Okay. Well, they weren't expecting an Arab. They were expecting the prophet to be a Jew. Oh, you can't trust their expectations. Don't listen to them. It's the same thing. It's always, wherever you go, it's always, they could read 1,000 books and they will only fixate on something that can be twisted into an argument for Islam, and everything else that refutes them just completely gets ignored as irrelevant or corrupt. And it's just this is amazing. But I'll just say, the truth does not need this, right? If you had the true religion and a good argument, you would not need to use a methodology that's this deceptive. But it's standard. This is the rule. This is not the exception. This is just how it's done in Dawah.
So just a question. Would you say that these folks are taking the book, the scripture, what was revealed to the Jews, and they are believing in a part and rejecting a part, and perhaps even throwing part of it over their shoulders?
They're doing exactly that, and the Quran says don't even do that with the book of the people of the book. Don't do that. So what you're not supposed to do is exactly what they're doing with it. But it's funny because when you point that out to them, they do the same with their own book, right? Like on their book affirming our book, they completely distort what their book says about affirming our book, which means that they're just taking parts of their book and they're twisting their own scriptures. And so it's like, how do you not realize the way you guys treat scripture, whether you're talking about the Bible or whether you're talking about the Quran itself condemns you for how you approach scripture in this scripture twisting, cherry picking fashion.
Rob of Sentinel Apologetics has joined the stream. Welcome, Rob.
TikTok time to rock, right, David?
Is this a kangaroo?
No, that was 10 minutes ago when we started.
Yes, it's a kangaroo, the kangaroo man from Perth, Australia.
Have you ever ridden a kangaroo? Was that a thing?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Darn.
But you can eat a kangaroo.
Have you ever eaten a kangaroo?
No.
Have you ever?
I thought-
Can like a little kid ride in a kangaroo's pouch?
Nope.
No, I didn't think so. But I thought I'd ask because I didn't really know.
I was about ready to ask if deep fried kangaroo was any good.
Hope. I bet it's nasty.
Crocodile's great.
I seem to have gone viral on a YouTube channel called Muslim Lantern. I happen to just be the lucky one to be chosen, and it's reached 20,000 views, and about plagiarism in the Quran, exactly what we're discussing right now.
Where's this?
And Muslim Lantern. And he spends, well, it was a 50-minute discussion. He cut out the first 20 minutes, said that it was boring discussing the Trinity of the Bible. So then he asked me to change it to a question about the Quran. So I asked about plagiarism of the Apocrypha and historical errors like the Pharaoh drowning. So he went through this.
This is a Muslim channel?
Yeah.
Oh,
the Muslim Lantern. Yeah.
I mean, that's cool. That's cool that he allowed you to share that on his channel. That's
Yeah, it ends.
That's good.
I'm actually flabbergasted at the fact that all the Muslims think that he won, because after 20 minutes of him overspeaking and not allowing me to even have a word in, he finally concedes that it's an argument from silence and there's no historical detail for, say, the Exodus narrative according to the Quran. If in other words, if Ramses the Great is the Pharaoh of the Exodus, which he confirmed, but he wasn't drowned. He lived till the age of 90, and then he goes out his way to quote Maurice, the French doctor, supposedly finding seaweed and salt in the body.
Wait, Bukai, the guy who worked for King Faisal, and then the guy who works for King Faisal, and then comes out with a book on how the Quran is confirmed by all this scientific evidence.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
But he Egyptologists debunk it. He's a speaker corner. So this guy speaks at the Speaker's Corner in UK. So I suppose he has that, experience in just being like a bulldozer in a conversation, but rather not, the whole Gish Gallop tactic, not actually engaging with the data points. So I'm actually happy that video's up, because any thoughtful person will understand that the use of, for example, that French doctor, he's basically thrown the Quran under the bus. He's thrown scholars under the bus, Egyptology under the bus. So I'm thankful it's up there. I'm thankful it's gone viral, despite all the comments. When you read the comments, you can see that they're just in their own little echo chamber.
We were just talking about that last night on a live stream, in that Daniel Hakikatu defended child marriage. We all thought he got crushed by.
Did you see the comments on his channel?
It's unbelievable. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. They're all like, Alhamdulillah, what a brilliant point. But that's the problem that they don't realize is a problem. They've been conditioned over time to just cheer for, and it doesn't matter. Their guy could get crushed more than anyone in the world, and they'll all just cheer him on. Total victory, alhamdulillah, Allah helped you destroy him, and so on. And they don't realize that once you've been conditioned to just cheer for a guy no matter what he's saying, what do you do when he says, this is the religion of child marriage and pedophilia? Well, we just cheer for him. Okay, but the entire rest of the world is watching right now as you guys cheer for a defense of pedophilia and child marriage. And it's the same thing there. If you're cheering for a guy who, if you're cheering for a video that exposes Muhammad's plagiarism, it's a situation where, good, guys, keep cheering. Keep cheering for all this stuff that helps more people see it.
Yeah. And since 1,500 people were live watching, so I put on basically a professional hat. I think it is a learning experience for me, because I've never had that opportunity before with a Muslim. This is the first time with a big audience watching. I'm thinking, okay, this is not just a general like 50 or 100 people watching sort of thing where I can sort of have fun and be a little bit loose. So I immediately went into, let's just speak, let's put like an academic hat on and speak like as if you're in an academic setting. That did not turn out well because he just wasn't going down that route, and evidently the audience doesn't care about that either, which is actually more on them. It actually exposes them more that here you have 1,500 people that are after more sort of a gish gallop sort of bloodbaths rather than like a formal engagement with these are the issues I have. Here's a thought experiment I have, which I've shared on Thaddeus' streams prior. And yeah, so I recommend all of you to go check out that video. That it's the latest upload that he has on his channel. You can clearly see he's edited out because you'll see bits skip, like certain frames skip, and you'll see me jump around a little bit. So yeah.
Yeah, one thing that was particularly funny about Hikachu, or I don't know how to say his name. Anyway, I've got to figure out how to say his name before I review his debate, because everybody calls him Pikachu. Was his argument that the reason why we must have child marriage, this is his proof. We have to have child marriage because otherwise small children get really horny because puberty hits them like an avalanche at the age of 8 or 9, and as a result, they are molested. So children are molested because they are horny, and if we let or make them marry people, then because they will no longer be horny, because they will have an outlet, adults will no longer molest them. This is his ha-ha argument. Can you imagine anything that twisted and disgusting? Astonishing.
Yeah, the question I had, David, as well, like I wish I could have asked this in the audience, and I don't know if you guys touched on it in your review with IP, but he gave that where it was really funny seeing IP go, it's both immoral, Daniel, it's both immoral. A 10-year-old and another 10-year-old, not married but having sex, which, by the way, yeah, like 10-year-olds having sex, I mean, for goodness sake. And a 10-year-old and a 20-plus-year-old who has the ability to provide with respect to marriage customs, right? Like once you're married, then you're meant to act like, in this case, it would be a man, right? It would be a man and a 10-year-old girl. So he has a job, he has the ability to support this 10-year-old girl in that sexual union. Now, my question would be, sort of like an observation, but it is a question. So you're telling me that technically this contract paper or this paper, this marriage license that then in writing defines that these two individuals are quote unquote married, that then gives it a pass biologically for an actual sexual thing to take place between a 10-year-old and a 20-plus-year-old? Like imagine if the 20-year-old and the 10-year-old didn't marry, they were lost on an island somewhere, and the 20-year-old, in my opinion, is raping that 10-year-old. In other words, just to be a little bit like raw and like blunt, there is a biological, organic, physical penetration taking place. The only difference between these two extremes is one has a marriage license paper and the other doesn't. So does the marriage license paper then make it okay magically because it's in writing that here you go, now you can basically rape this 10-year-old, but let's not call it rape, because see, it's consensual through this marriage context, right? It's like there's like a technicality that the paper gives. Like I'm just thinking about the insanity of the how can that be defended? I mean, does that actually happen in this world even to this day in the West?
If you if you look at their overall methodology with morality, it's you've got your desires, and there's a halal way to satisfy those desires and a non-halal way. What Muhammad comes along and does is say, hey, all these desires that you have, they're good, and you can basically do the same thing that everyone we're condemning does, but you're just going to do the exact same thing in the halal way. So, a guy can go to, different clubs and stuff like this, and have sex with lots of different women in his life and so on. And that is something that lots of guys would love to do. Islam takes the same exact desire and just gives you the Islamic way of doing the exact same thing. So you can marry a wife, then have another wife, or secret other wives, according to Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawa. You can lie to your wives about your other wives, but you can have 4 wives. You can have 20 sex slaves if you want, and you can constantly trade those wives in for new wives. And so you do the exact same thing. You can sleep with limitless women, but it's okay because it's in an Islamic context. So you just don't have, hey guys, learn to be more self-controlled, learn to control your desires and so on. It's, hey, here are all your desires. Don't change them. In fact, we want to amplify them, but we want the only way you can satisfy those desires to be an Islamic way. Otherwise you'll get lashed and killed in Islamic society. So in other words, if you really want lots of sexual partners and sex slaves and so on, you gotta join up with the army. You got to join up with the army. You got to be a soldier. You got to go around fighting and killing and taking your sex slaves. So you get an Islamic way of satisfying your desires that always feeds Islam and makes Islam stronger.
Well,
but just to emphasize Mary's point, though, yes, there's obviously the ironic, sarcastic outlook we can have with respect to the male psyche that makes this convenient argument, because it betrays their pedophilia, basically. Let's just be blunt. It just betrays their pedophilia mindset. But Daniel's argument was that he's concerned about the sexual needs of the 10-year-old. So if the 10-year-old is having sexual desires with no marriage in mind, yeah, okay, that's a sin. Oh my goodness, you can't, Oh, but the moment the 10-year-old falls into, on paper, a marriage contract, okay, 10-year-old, you're free to have sex as much as you want with this particular individual who's obviously a lot older than you. But it's a 10-year-old that is a female, not a male. So there's no 10-year-old men or boys marrying 20-plus-year-old women. But that's my point. It's like apparently the 10-year-old is being what's the word, hindered from fulfilling her sexual needs. So don't worry, 10-year-old, we've got your back.
Not only that, but remember, she's going to be molested because she's horny.
Yeah,
all those children who are molested are horny.
Like that's what I would have raised. I would have asked him, look, you're telling me that wholesale there are 10-year-old girls and younger, according to to the rules of the age limits and so on, which, by the way, IP did a brilliant job bringing it down to 5 years of age, and how he admitted, 5-year-old can have sex, which is just the cops should be investigating the guy, in my opinion. But your argument to allow this sort of thing to happen is because it's the 10-year-olds that are desiring this to happen. And so then marriage is the convenient way to then fulfill those desires. Like, what 10-year-old has actually made that argument?
Yeah, just think of Aisha. So was this really about Aisha's desires? I mean, she's sitting there playing with dolls and playing on a swing, and I really just need a man, and Muhammad steps in as the hero. Okay, I'll do it. Or is this it's like, are you joking? You're saying this, you guys wanting to marry these 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old girls is because the girls have desires that they need to do. It's not you, right? It's the little girls. Because notice, if it's you, then you could marry a 20-year-old or a 25-year-old or a 30-year-old. You have a wide array of women that you could marry. But no, I have to go with the 6-year-old or the 7-year-old or the 8-year-old or the 9-year-old, because I don't want her to give in to her desires and be molested. So I'll take care of this, guys. It's like, are you freaking joking? But on the idea that these guys should be under investigation. I mean, think about this. So you've got Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab stating what tons of these guys would agree with, that obviously you can have extra wives, but you can even keep secret extra wives so that your wives don't know about your other wives. But they also believe that you can have child brides, and that you can have you can have child brides. I guess that your wives, that your adult wives don't know about, because you can be keeping this in secret. The horrifying thought there is, like, these guys are all like marrying each other's daughters in secret because they believe you can have your official Islamic marriage in the mosque, even though no one else knows about it, because you're not allowed to be polygamous in the West. So they have these Islamically officiated second, third, fourth marriages and so on. But it's really creepy if you've got a bunch of guys who believe they can marry 6-year-olds. You've got Ali Dawa on record saying that if his daughter reaches puberty at 9, he'll tell her she's ready to be married. And you've got Hakikachu saying this is good and everything. Now, to be fair, Hakikachu did say, we have to wonder how seriously he takes this, but he did say, hey, I'm not telling anyone to break the law, respect the local laws. But
oh, how convenient!
My goodness,
I noticed that as well.
Yeah, it's is he just saying that because he knows that
And-
everything he's about to say would put him on a watch list, or does he really believe that? I don't know. But this is some creepy stuff if these guys believe in child brides, and you see it with Muhammad and his friends as well. Hey, give me your daughter. Okay, I'll give you take my daughter, and I'll take your daughter, and this stuff. And it's really creepy stuff going on. And these guys are all in favor of it, apparently.
But
a last comment, quick. Oh, sorry, Mary. I'll just say a quick last comment. The fact that Daniel agreed with IP that it's okay for a 5-year-old, when you catch that very carefully, and that when you're breaking down the question, right? Daniel now has gone beyond Muhammad with respect to Aisha. At least Muhammad had the sense to not think of having sex with Aisha according to the text when she is 6, supposedly till she's 9. Daniel's like, yeah, no, even if it was 5, which means he's gone.
Actually, notice. Muhammad Hijab separately said that according to the Quran, if you just read the Quran, you would get the indication that you can have sex with a 5-year-old. Right? That those are his words. Because it's not giving any sort of minimum age. It's saying just before puberty, you can do this. So the reasoning is that Muhammad married Aisha when she was 6. As far as the reasoning of why you wouldn't have sex with a 5-year-old, Muhammad married Aisha when she was 6, but he waited a few years. He waited for something. And according to Muhammad Hijab, he was waiting for her to get to a state where having sex with her wouldn't harm her, wouldn't do any sort of serious harm to her, having sex with her. So maybe when she was 6, yes, it would have done serious harm to her, but you're basically waiting until she can take being, having a man having sex with her. But notice, that doesn't say, just because Muhammad had sex with Aisha at 9, that in no way is saying, oh, you have to wait until a girl is 9. It's you're having to wait until she's ready. You're getting some indication that she's somehow ready. So if you're Daniel Hakikachu, and I would probably, if you're Muhammad Hijab, because that's Muhammad Hijab's position. It's not the number. It's not the age, ain't nothing but a number, right? It's you're waiting for some signs that she's ready. And according to both of them, a girl who's 9 can show signs that she's ready for a man to have sex with her. But notice, is that true only of 9-year-olds? I mean, was Aisha like the youngest girl this could possibly happen to? No. So that's why IP started going, what if she was 8? What if she was 7? What if she was 6? What if she was 5? But notice, according to the Muslim sources, and according to the interpretation of Daniel Hakikachu and apparently Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawa, because notice Ali Dawa said, even though the Quran allows sex with prepubescent girls, fine, if you're just saying, puberty is the sign that you're definitely ready. Ali Dawa said that if his daughter reached puberty at 9, he'd tell her she's ready for marriage. But notice, okay, then what if she gets puberty at 8? What if she gets it at 7? What if she gets it at 6? What if she gets it at 5? These guys are all in the same boat on here. They might not admit it as quickly as Daniel Hakikachu did, but they're all in the same boat on this, namely that it's perfectly consistent with your sources to have sex with a 5-year-old.
No, it's far worse than that, actually. Yes, puberty would say to any Muslim, absolutely, they're ready for marriage and sex and everything. But technically, in all of the Sharia laws, there is no minimum age, period, on the basis of anything. If you estimate that she is able to bear the weight of a man, then she is ready. So they do not set you cannot find a single, a code of fiqh, any publication from any group that says that there is an age below which there is no girl who is ready, not a day old. Okay? Like, there is no one who sets that limit clearly and explicitly. They all agree that, well, it may be before puberty. We have no idea how much. And so some of them will say that always after puberty she's ready. Some will say, well, then maybe she's like really stunted and she's not able after puberty. But none of them will give any age that is too young. None of them. They will just say, can she bear the weight of a man? So anyway, the fact that we are not punishing child molesters as much as we should really relates to having this more pagan-oriented culture that is more in agreement with Islam than it used to be. And the answer to that is a vigorous Christianity, not let's do some more awful stuff because certain people do awful stuff. So, clo, the harm principle is whether or not they estimate whether she can bear the weight of a man. If they think that she can bear the weight of a man, then they consider it to be not too much harm being caused at any age. There's no minimum age, period. I dare you to bring me a publication that gives an explicit minimum age that says, no, you cannot have intercourse with any 3-year-old girl. Go find that for me.
I can do that. Hello, can I try?
Yeah. So one second.
It needs an age.
So Gabriel summed this up well. In Sharia law, there's no minimum age for penetration because, as they claim, a fat girl will withstand penetration better. Although very young, this is Islam. And it's all about the physical size of the girl. But I don't know much. I believe is a Muslim who has joined us. So can you defend this?
Yeah, can you show me from the Quran where it says you can marry a girl?
Islam is not the Quran. We're talking about Sharia.
I asked you a question. I didn't say what it is. I said, can you show me from the Quran? You should answer yes or no.
Yes, we can.
Are you a
yes,
human,
we
please?
can. And
Yes,
and this
Surah-
isn't.
Surah
I don't know
60
much.
Surah
That's not.
65 verse 4. Calm down. Hey, calm down. Stop yelling at everyone. We're having a conversation.
Go
here.
ahead, go
Yes,
ahead.
Surah
Go ahead.
60, Surah 65 verse 4. Be calm. Let's go.
Read it.
Okay. Any particular translation you like?
Anyone.
Anyone? All right. So let me go. I'll give you the study Quran translation here. But I have to say Haleli Khan is more
Okay,
clear.
can I just read it for you because you're driving me mad. It says.
Hey! I said,
You need to calm down,
dude,
buddy.
I said, calm down. Calm down. You asked me to read it. I'll read it. As for those of your women who no longer await menstruation, if you are unsure, then their waiting period is 3 months. As it is for those who are yet to menstruate. Who are those?
It doesn't say as it is. It doesn't say as it is. Why you lying? It doesn't say. It says, and the ones who are not menstruated. That's all it says in the original text.
Dude, we'll cut you off if. Dude, stop yelling. Right?
That's all you do. You cut people off because you're a rat.
Be quiet.
Thaddeus,
What is it?
Thaddeus,
What
go
is
ahead,
the
go ahead and mute him so I can basically answer his request firsthand, and then if he wants to respond, that's fine. So this is the study Quran. As for those of your women who no longer await menstruation, so this is women who are too old for a monthly menstrual cycle. If you are unsure, then their waiting period is 3 months. As it is for those who are yet to menstruate. Those who are those who are yet to menstruate. Well, we have. Let me go ahead and pull it up. We have the historical background. Al-Wahidi, Ibn Kathir, Al-Razi, they all give the historical background. What is this talking about? We've been through this 100 trillion times. We just did a debate on it. But the historical background is Allah had revealed that if you are going to divorce a woman, then the woman has to wait 3 monthly menstrual cycles so that before she marries again. So before she marries again, there has to be this waiting period called the iddah, and that waiting period is to be 3 monthly menstrual cycles. They eventually ran into a question. So Muhammad is starting to reveal Surah 65 and so on, and someone actually raises his hand and says, what about girls who are too young to have a monthly menstrual cycle? What sort of waiting period do they have after they have married and had sex with their husbands before they can marry someone else? So a prepubescent girl, a girl before she has reached puberty, how long does she have to wait? Because she doesn't have a menstrual cycle, so she can't wait 3 monthly menstrual cycles. And so Allah reveals Surah 65, verse 4, that she has to wait 3 months instead of 3 monthly menstrual cycles because she doesn't have a monthly menstrual cycle. And so here's an example right here. Ibn Abi Hatim recorded a simpler narration than this one from Ubay ibn Ka'b. Ubay ibn Ka'b, who's he? He's one of the 4 people that Muhammad said, if you want to learn the Quran from anyone, learn it from these 4. And Ubay ibn Ka'b was one of the 4. And he said, O Allah's messenger, when the ayah in Surah Al-Baqarah was revealed prescribing the iddah of divorce, some people in Al-Madinah said, there are still some women whose iddah has not been mentioned in the Quran. There are the young, the old, whose menstruation is discontinued, and the pregnant. Later on, this ayah was revealed. And you find the same thing in Al-Razi. Al-Razi says, the historical background is this. A man got up and said, O messenger of God, what is the waiting period for a young girl who did not menstruate yet? What is the waiting period for a young girl who did not menstruate yet? So let me just go through. I'll just give how the great Quran commentators of all time, what they did with this little pet. Who did they think this is talking about? Those who did not menstruate, or those who are yet to menstruate. Let me just run through it. So Ibn Abbas says it refers to those who do not have menstruation because they are too young. Qatada ibn Diama says it refers to those who have not yet menstruated. Al-Sudi says it refers to young girls. Tabari says it refers to girls who did not menstruate because they are too young. Bukhari says it refers to girls before puberty. Muqatil ibn Sulaiman says it refers to young girls who did not menstruate yet. Ibn Kathir says it refers to the young who have not reached the years of menstruation. The 2 Jalals say it refers to those who have not yet menstruated because of their youth. Zamakhshari says it refers to the young ones. Al-Tabarasi says it refers to those who didn't reach puberty yet. Al-Qurtubi says it refers to the young. Maududi says it refers to girls who have not yet menstruated. And even Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, it's interesting because he's commenting on Bukhari using it because he's a hadith commentator. He's commentating on Bukhari using Surah 65, verse 4, in context of saying that it's okay to marry prepubescent girls. And Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani says he made the waiting period 3 months for those who haven't hit puberty yet, which indicates that giving her into marriage before puberty is permissible. And so you've got 14 centuries of Muslim scholars saying that this means one thing and that the Quran is clear on this until we get to the 21st century, when people eventually realize what the Quran says and they say, hey, look at that. And suddenly in the minds of Muslims, no, this isn't talking about young girls before puberty. Interesting method.
So just quickly, David, just to summarize. I just want to quickly, I think the key word here is iddah. I mean, I'm stating the obvious, but just to summarize, you're telling me that the iddah is applied in all these circumstances with respect to sex that has indeed happened. So in other words, like hypothetically, say if a man or a woman married and there's no consummation, like they're still quote unquote say hypothetically virgin.
Sorry, can you tell people when you mute me, because people might think that I left or something, when you have the other stupid guy around for half an hour.
First of all, okay, so you're muted.
No one's panicking, and no one cares if they think you left or not. So just pause and let us finish, and then we'll let you respond. Okay. But yeah, go ahead, Rob.
So I had to remute you since you decided to interrupt. Go ahead, finish, Rob, and then I'll unmute. I don't know much.
So just for clarification, I'm reading here. It says The length of Iddah varies according to number of circumstances. Generally, the Iddah of a divorced woman is 3 lunar months or 89 days. But if the marriage was not consummated, there is no Iddah. All right. So therefore, if you have the Iddah in 65.4 applied to, and as Ibn Kathir and others have argued that applied to young girls, obviously, you know, within the first 10 years, that age bracket before the menses, that means they've had sex.
Yeah, Rob, just so you know, that's in the Quran. Surah 33:49 says there is no iddah if you have not had sex with her. So if you marry someone young or old, and before you've actually consummated the marriage, you divorce. You could do that. You could divorce before actually consummating the marriage. There's no iddah because there's been no sex.
Right.
So if you say, as soon as you say iddah, there's been an iddah, you're saying, okay, we've already consummated the marriage.
Exactly.
Before this girl can consummate a marriage with someone else, there has to be this waiting period, which in general cases would have been 3 monthly menstrual cycles. Surah 65:4 gives the exceptions for women and girls who don't have a monthly menstrual cycle. 14 centuries of Quran commentators agree on what this says until we use it as a criticism. So isn't this amazing that 14 centuries of Muslim scholars can say, of course we can beat our wives. Of course that's what Surah 4 verse 34 means. Until we use it as a criticism, then no, that's not what it teaches at all. Muslim scholars for 14 centuries can say, of course you can marry a 9-year-old girl. That's what Muhammad did. Until we use it as a criticism, then suddenly, no, she was 19. It's just this interesting situation where the meaning of Islam keeps changing in the 21st century based on what we criticize.
So thanks. That just to cut to the chase, the keyword here is iddah. That automatically means that young girl, before she reaches even the menses period, she's had sex.
All right, I'm unmuting. I don't know much. Please try to be respectful, or this will be a very short conversation.
Okay, but why do you call Muslims to come on your show?
Why do Muslims come on? Is that what you asked?
Why do you call them? Why do you call them? And then you block them and you let this dog speak.
Because you start shouting people down. Listen, answer the question. We're not interrupting you. We're giving the opportunity. Answer now, but don't start complaining. Go ahead and answer.
Yeah, so I muted you because you started to yell and curse. So here's how things are going to work. I don't know much. You're going to answer the questions or you're going to be dropped. And no, I won't ruin my reputation because I have talks with Muslims all the time. They just know how to talk, unlike you, who is bringing embarrassment on your family by coming up here and acting like a moron. You're unmuted.
You fucking retard. How am I bringing embarrassment?
Yeah, he can't be.
He's just going to cry. It's so funny how Muslims come up here and they're like, whine, cry, whine. You're not there. It's like we quote their book, we quote their authoritative sources about their book, and all they have to say is, "You're so mean, wait, curse, flounce."
But notice. I mean, notice what just happened. We let him on this live stream. He asked a question: where does the Quran say this? So we show him where the Quran says this. Then he starts trying to interrupt, so we can't even finish what the Quran actually says. And then we make a point, and then we say, okay, now it's your turn. Go ahead and make the point. And he instantly starts flipping out and cursing, knowing that we're not going to let him just be on a Christian live stream, flipping out and dropping F-bombs. So it's like, oh, I can't answer this, so let me make them throw me off. Therefore, I can run around going, oh, they blocked me. I was about to offer the decisive refutation of 14 centuries of Muslim scholarship, but they blocked me. And so
Thaddeus, give him one more shot. Let's see if you.
Yep, he's still here. So
one second. Let me just lay down the rules. I don't know much. We all agree with that statement about you. We are now giving you an opportunity to respond. No cursing, no flipping out, no whining and complaining. It's all irrelevant. We have laid out what the Quran says. We have shown you what 14 centuries of Muslim scholars have said about this. We are offering you a chance to respond. You asked us to talk about this. You brought this up. You asked us, and now we're giving you a chance to respond. So go ahead.
Yeah, from Black Angel here. He's depressed after the Pikachu debate, and now he wants to let it out on you guys. I'm gonna have to agree, and unless he takes his final opportunity. So you start yelling and cursing at us, you're gone. You won't get another opportunity. You are unmuted.
Okay.
I don't know much. You're unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, how can you call a weak thing somebody who never runs away? I have never left a stream in my entire life. Always been blocked.
Don't care.
Answer.
Don't
answer the
Answer the
question.
question.
We said this is your last
Quit
chance.
crying, baby.
Shut the fuck up. Listen how this.
Quit crying and answer the question.
Notice we laid down very simple rules. Don't curse, don't whine, and he immediately starts cursing and whining. Right?
He's always been kicked from streams. I can see why. Well, let's be honest.
He's
That's
gone.
all he wanted.
So he's gone now. Mary, did you want to make a point about this before we get back to the debate, since your screen's being shared? Or
Nope.
are we good?
Nope, we're good.
All right. So we'll get back to the debate then. Our original topic, before Muslims insisted on talking about child marriage instead. I mean,
Oh yeah, what did you think of my Zakir Hussain encounter? that was fun. Since you told me
all
about
right.
this.
So we got the next scene of the debate. This will be the last portion of Zakir Hussain's opening statement.
I am finishing my opening statement with the Song of Songs, which according to almost a consensus of Jewish scholars refers to the relationship between God and Israel and the church and Christ according to Christendom. Nearly every verse of chapter 5 either directly references or alludes to different biblical prophecies of Prophet Muhammad, some of which I have cited in this opening statement. Song of Solomon, verse 7, confirms this during a period of exile. Verse 10 describes him as a standard bearer for an army of 10,000, confirming Deuteronomy 33. Verse 11 alludes to Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel 7, confirming he comes during the Roman exile, and describes him, interestingly, as the purest Arabian gold. Verse 16 says, his mouth is most sweet, which is a description of the Quran that even the greatest enemies of the Prophet, who are masters of the language, refer to it as sorcery, as it could not be the word of men. Moreover, this verse foreshadows the name of Prophet Muhammad and shows how he fulfills the description of his name. Hikomam Tekim Bikullu Muhammadim. This verse is connected to Haggai chapter 2, verse number 7, where the same name is given for the prophet like Moses. Song of Songs chapter 6, verse number 1 refers to Malachi chapter 3, verse number 1, where it says that you shall seek him. And verse 2 says he is found where the balsam trees grow, alluding to Psalm 84 about a lawgiver in Bakkah. It also mentions he is teaching his followers and gathering lilies, which refers to the righteous remnant of Israel. We can see that the Song of Songs acts as a kind of glue, referencing and alluding to the various prophecies I have presented in this opening statement, proving that they are all related and point to one very special individual. The Song of Songs covers nearly everything about the prophet like Moses, including his timing, location, mission, physical description, and even name. In all of history, only one person has fulfilled these very detailed criteria, the Prophet Muhammad on whom be peace. Finally, it is impossible for Prophet Muhammad not to be foretold by Moses or Jesus. If he is a true prophet, then his impact on the world is known. If he is a false prophet, as Dr. Brown claims, then how can it be that Moses or Jesus would fail to warn their followers about him clearly? If they did indeed foretell him as a false prophet, then I would kindly like Dr. Brown to show us where Moses or Jesus gave this warning.
Man,
No,
I would love to tackle the Song of Songs thing. It's so stupid.
That is the
Yeah,
that is
you might think this is a parody, right? You might think this is a parody, but no, Hussain actually says that the key to understanding Old Testament prophecy is the Song of Songs, or the Song of Solomon. Wild, wild stuff. Before we go on, I did want to thank I'm Not Abdul for the super chat that was given earlier. And then I wanted to read this comment from a Muslim that popped in briefly. The Christian scholarship has exposed the Bible as the unholy, corrupted scripture that it is. I asked Islam Rain why his or her God affirms the Christian scripture, if that's the case, and they had nothing else to say.
Yeah. So what you're saying there is, so if Christian scholarship has exposed the Bible as corrupt, and the Quran affirms that no one can change Allah's words and that the Bible is Allah's words, you're just saying that Christian scholarship has affirmed that Allah's an idiot who doesn't know that his book's been corrupted. That's what you just said. So you just called your own God an idiot. Congratulations, you're an apostate now.
Okay, share my screen, because I actually spent a very long time going through his whole argument, because some of it's hilarious. He just kind of farts it out so fast that you missed incredibly wonderful, hilarious details about it that are just delightful to dwell on and to bathe in the idiocy of this argumentation. It's great. So he starts out saying that almost every verse refers to Muhammad, and his entire reliance is on the phonetic fallacy. And there's a question as to why they want to go to the Song of Solomon, and we will get to that later. The sources, the Islamic sources, actually say that where Muhammad is described, his physical attributes are actually described. His features have to be described. So that's why they like going here, because there aren't very many descriptions of like physical features in the Bible. So they're like running to one of the only places that there is. So Muhammad, the beloved in the text has black hair, but Muhammad's was dyed with henna and he had white strands, right? His head, arms, and feet are golden tan. They're all gold and yellow. But you are not allowed to say that Muhammad was golden and tan. You have to say he's white. He's as white as the moon. And that describes the woman later in the next chapter. But Muhammad here, it's supposedly Muhammad, right? He's golden. I have now taken the approach of demanding that Muslims affirm that this is describing Muhammad with a golden tan, and then they start cursing me and running away from this because you can't. You're not allowed to. So his legs and body are actually pale. So now we get our first real match. But his complexion is bright and red, like Abu Lahab, right? So Abu Lahab was pale, was ruddy and pink-cheeked, but Muhammad isn't supposed to be. He's only supposed to be called pale. He's not supposed to be called pink-cheeked and golden and tan. Here are some of the places that Muhammad is supposedly in the Bible, according to him, and Brown will, of course, talk about some of the funniest ones. Muhammad being defiled, Muhammad being Ezekiel's wife. It's just absolutely hilarious. You guys can come back to this and pause it. Look at all the different places that Muhammad is. He burned all of its palaces with fire and destroyed all of its Muhammads. All of our Muhammads have become ruins. So they will lay hands on the Muhammads and take it away. They're going to take away the Muhammad, lay hands on Muhammad, because he actually even asserts that another family of words that are closely related to the same root are the same thing. He insists that a particular word in another place is also Muhammad. So some of these are not the typical Mahmadim, but is some of the other, or Mahmad, it's some of the other very closely related words that he insists are also referred to Muhammad. Bare your breasts for the Muhammad fields, for the fruitful vine, for the soil of my people, growing up in thorns and briars. That kind of sounds a little bit like Muhammad. Muhammad liked bared breasts, right? So, or beat your breasts, excuse me. So we're going to beat our breasts for the Muhammad fields. So it's great. What is your particular favorite, David? What's your favorite Muhammad?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple really disturbing ones. So with the idea that Muhammad is Ezekiel's wife, because Ezekiel's wife is called Mahmad, right? So Mahmad. So for everyone who's watching, if you're not familiar with this, the claim is that since the word Mahmad occurs in Song of Solomon 5:16, that Mahmad, well, that sounds like Muhammad, therefore it's the word Muhammad. See, Muhammad has been named in in the Old Testament. And the problem there is that the word Mahmad is used in a bunch of places. So if you're saying it refers to Muhammad, then you got problems, because Ezekiel's wife is called Mahmad. Allah says that he will profane the Mahmad of your eyes, the delight of your eyes. But Muslims say, oh no, it means Muhammad. So what they do is what they do is they look up in a Hebrew dictionary a word that kind of looks like Muhammad. This is the methodology. Oh, Mahmad is the closest thing we can get to that. Once they've got that, they go through all the verses that use the word. Oh, that wouldn't make sense. That wouldn't make sense. Oh, that would make Muhammad Ezekiel's wife. Oh, that would say that that Allah is going to profane Muhammad. We can't use that. They find one in Song of Solomon, and they say, you see, that's referring to Muhammad. It's so clear. And the entire chapter, let alone the entire book, just makes no sense in light of that. Even verse 1 of the same chapter he's quoting, saying this is Muhammad, says, this is the man speaking, so this is supposedly Muhammad, unless he's Ezekiel's wife. He says, I came to my garden, my sister, my bride. I gathered my myrrh with my spice. I ate my honeycomb with my honey. I drank my wine with my milk. So here you have Muhammad drinking wine. According to Zakir Hussain, Muhammad was a wine drinker. But even what I find more interesting, if they really wants to go this route and say that this is Muhammad and that this is a discussion, notice you're talking about Solomon's bride here. So according to Zakir Hussain, Solomon's bride is lusting after Muhammad, because it's pretty clear that she is really focused on how sexy this guy is. So this is Solomon's, which you would think by reading it that she's talking about Solomon. But according to Muslims, no. She's talking about Muhammad. So Solomon's wife is lusting after a guy who wouldn't be born for more than 1,500 years. She's getting some sort of prophetic vision of him. So she's some sort of prophetess receiving visions of Muhammad, and she's lusting after him, talking about how hot Muhammad is. But if you go to Song of Solomon chapter 7, she's talking, and there's this interesting line where she says in verse 9, it goes down smoothly for my beloved, gliding over lips and teeth. I am my beloved's, and his desire is for me. I am my beloved's, so I belong to my beloved, and his desire is for me. So if you were just reading that, you would say, okay, she's talking about Solomon. But no. According to Zakir Hussain, Shabir Ali, Zakir Naik, all these guys, she's talking about Muhammad and some sort of visions of Muhammad. But notice what she says. I am my beloved, so I belong to Muhammad, and his desire is for me. His desire is for me. Okay, so Muhammad's desire is for Solomon's wife, who had been dead for over 1,500 years. So Muhammad is not just the wife of Ezekiel. He's not just the woman in that marriage to Ezekiel, because he's the Mahmad. He's also lusting after a woman who's been dead for 15 centuries. Notice, his desire is for me, but that's a woman who'd been dead for 15 centuries. And yet Muhammad's lusting after her. So Muhammad's lusting after Solomon's dead wife, who's been dead for 15 centuries, which would make him a necrophile. Not according to me. We don't believe this is talking about Muhammad. But if Muslims are saying this is talking about Muhammad, congratulations. Muhammad is a time-traveling, transgendered, whatever, that married Ezekiel and loved the decaying skeleton of Solomon's long dead wife. Great arguments, guys. You're really impressing us. How do we convert to this brilliant stuff so we can all get our child brides?
Yeah, I just have a quick follow-up question. I'm wondering how many monthly courses he would have to wait from her.
She's waited. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, there you go. So after Surah 65, verse 4, Muhammad, what about girls who are in menopause? What about girls who haven't had a monthly menstrual cycle? What about girls who are pregnant? And then someone else's hand goes up. What about a woman who's been dead for 15 centuries, Muhammad? What about her? Muhammad's like, she's been waiting long enough. I love her.
The
Same,
heck is
same,
that guy
Nice.
same
talking
thing
about?
with Moses and Aaron's sister Miriam having to wait 1,200 years until she gave birth to Jesus. So
Brilliant apologetics, man. These guys are top
can
notch.
is it possible I can share a little bit of like an ancient Near Eastern perspective on Song of Songs as a refutation of this, or did Mary want to
Yeah, that's
finish up
fine.
one?
Let me take this comment real quick first
Okay.
from On Apologetics. Joseph Smith has his name, Joseph, appear in the Bible more often than Muhammad. Muslims, by this standard, Joseph Smith is more strongly predicted than Muhammad. I think that's a solid argument. Of course, that's also been pointed out in the chat from Miriam that her name is in the Bible like 50 sometimes. So I guess we have lots of prophets after Muhammad. Go ahead, Rob.
All right, I'll quickly share my screen because it's probably the best way to demonstrate this. And this is across the board. Like all the scholars are aware of this. Like probably my favorite scholar who works in the field of an iconographic interpretation of the Old Testament, certain Old Testament passages, is a guy named Uthma Keel. Now, this is Marvin Pope's Anchor Yale commentary on Song of Songs, but Uthma Keel will be the guy to go to with the iconographic depictions. But Marvin Pope does a good job basically summarizing what Uthma Keel does in a more technical way. Because Zakir Hussain, in my discussion with him, started to bring up the most insane interpretation I've ever heard, where he joins Song of Songs 5, starting with verse 11, with Daniel 2, and says that the image in Daniel 2 is a prophetic image of not only Muhammad, but also the rock that smites the statue is Islam and Muhammad. And so then he retrojects that anachronistically back into Song of Songs. So Song of Songs, the story predates Daniel, by the way, because he's before the exile. And says, but see, over here at least the image is all pure gold. Unlike Daniel 2, who has degrading features, but here it's gold right from the start. All right, newsflash to Zakir. This is not new. All the scholars have seen this. They've seen this comparative literature going on. And drum roll, where is Daniel located? In Babylon. Oh yeah, Mesopotamian idol sort of worship and practice and designs fit the polemical narrative of the very text. How curious. Here in Song of Songs, Shalamet, Solomon's wife, is describing Solomon, ironically, using the polemics of the ordination of Baal, how Baal is, how the way he's drawn and designed and so on, even down to the very gold that's used for these idols. The point here is that Solomon is a living, organic, better representative of the best that your idol smiths can develop. That's the argument. So here Pope is basically highlighting, basically through the scholarship, that, like, I'll skim read through this, where he's saying that here you go, like several statutes, each following a standard pattern descending from head to foot. Similar is the description of God seen by Prince Kumar in his vision of the netherworld. The image of statue described in Nebuchadnezzar's vision, Daniel 2, had, like our present figure, a head of gold and there's also various other materials. And then there's a statue of Baal found with a gold-plated head and a silver-plated body, and at Ras Shamra, another remarkable effigy executed in no less than 5 materials, right? So here's the point. The point here is not so much the materials that are used, right? The point here is a head-to-toe description of something that is totally other. So, for example, he brings out this hymn that they've discovered from an Ugaritic cuneiform, like Baal sat at his mountain, sits 8 storehouses of thunder, had as widely as the ocean a lightning shaft he holds. In the midst of his mount, divine Saphon, the north. On his head, and this TPLY here could be translated gold, right? So then finally he concludes, the description continues with reference to God's feet, horns, head, and mouth. The parallels with the present passage were noted in the study, blah, 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 blah. The point here, so here's his point down here. He's like, look, the point of interest here is the correspondence in order of the descriptions from head to feet, back to the mouth, and the similarities of the order in the, and then it cuts off he says the Mesopotamian materials. So the point here is that this is a standard way of describing something that is precious and valuable with respect to the idol worship that happened in the ancient Near East. And then that is being transported over into this, well, he's the king of Israel, and what the descriptions that are given to lifeless objects, all these grand, descriptions that are given to lifeless objects are given to a living Solomon being representative of God on earth, basically, because that's how Israelite kings were depicted at the time. And she's just what the descriptions that should be rightly given are given to Solomon. That's the point. All right. Then when we go to, now this is where it gets really hilarious. So keeping in mind the Ugaritic context, right? The Ugaritic context continues on into verse 15 and 16, where the term Mohammedim is not a Hebrew word. Yes, it becomes, because Hebrew Hebrew comes from Ugaritic. Like Semiticists like Michael Brown will point this out. It's just that Michael Brown didn't emphasize that particular point. But here you can see over here in this commentary, you have a juxtaposition between the term Mamtakim and Mohammedim. All right, but this is an Ugaritic term. Okay, so which means, is Muhammad prophesied in Ugaritic cuneiform? Is that what you're implying? So notice what he says here. He says Mamtakim is with respect to the, so as he says here, it's to do with sweetness of lips in kissing. So here's an Ugaritic cuneiform that says, he bent the lips he kissed, sweet as pomegranates or grapes. Lo, their lips were mamtakim, sweet. So then he's like, okay, that means, the use here as a predicate noun identifying with the subject, his palate is sweet, is an emphatic way of saying his palate, in other words, when she kisses Solomon, it's mamtakim, it's sweet. So then Mohammedim is her desire in the kissing of Solomon. So the form Mohammedim, desirable, corresponds with the pattern of mamtakim, of the preceding stitch, and the syntax is the same. His totality is a desirable thing, so he's utterly desirable. So, and then, well, where does Mohammedim appear in the Ugaritic corpus? Well, it appears with respect to this thing known as the choice cedars and of the gold, anything to do with gold and the choice cedars of, say, Lebanon and all that. So in other words, it becomes an idiom saying like, oh, this, for example, to use a modern equivalent paraphrase, that car there that you bought is Mohammedim. It's you've got the choicest model or the choicest like whoever made that particular car will do you good because it's been made nicely. It's great. It won't fail you. That's what the term means. That has nothing to do with like a personal name, like as of this is Muhammad's name looking around in the Ugaritic corpus, well before the Song of Songs was written. So yeah, I just wanted to bring this out with respect to the scholarship.
So basically what you're saying is that the Bible is very sophisticated and we can look at it and see all kinds of subtlety in the text, or we can just go by what the word sounds like and pretend that it means Muhammad.
Yep. And then you can do anything with that, right? With that sort of like argumentation.
Any other comments you want to make on, anyone wants to make on Hussein's phonic argument before we move on to the next clip?
I just wanted to add a quick note. Keep in mind, Zakir Hussain is probably the best at arguing for Muhammad in the Bible, right? So for people who aren't familiar with him, he's probably the best at this that Islamic apologetics and dawah has to offer. And you see what a disaster any of these arguments are. But we shouldn't be thinking in terms of, oh, look at how dumb this guy's arguments are. It should be, wait a minute, after 14 centuries, Muslims have been trying to defend Muhammad's claim that he's mentioned in the Jewish and Christian scriptures. And this, after 14 centuries, this is the best they can come up with. Here, a passage where, I mean, if you take the argument seriously, it's Muhammad's this time-traveling transgender wife of Ezekiel who's in love with Solomon's long-lost dead wife. And this is the best. This is the best. So the real takeaway here is Muhammad's an idiot, right? For making this argument, for making his followers defend this argument, because you only end up with really, really terrible arguments. And that's what happens if you
And meanwhile,
have a false prophet.
scholars like Marvin Pope are sitting there in the study, writing these commentaries, and it never occurred to him one time that, hey, wow, I need to become Muslim. Muhammad is prophesied here.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, Muhammad, he's right here. Oh, where do I convert?
Yeah, I mean, these arguments are so not serious that scholars who will discuss all kinds of bizarro theories about the text and go on all kinds of tangents that the normal person would consider ridiculous, they won't even consider these arguments. Like, they are not mentioned in any commentary that I'm aware of at all, because they're just so ridiculous. They don't even enter into the realm of something worth mentioning. All right, so we'll get back to the debate. By the way, Lucien and Syed, you can hop in if you have anything to say at any time. But we'll go ahead and take the next. We're going to go ahead and take the next clip first.
It's so interesting to see that in a debate that focused on one issue only, because Muhammad in the Bible started with an attack on the New Testament. That alone tells you the arguments that will follow are very weak. But I'm very happy to talk about.
Can you hear me now?
The prophesied Messiah. We'll do that for sure.
Yes, I
I
can
know
hear
there
you,
are many
Mary.
Muslims that
Okay,
are totally
because I wasn't
sincere about this.
coming through before.
I urge you to have the courage to follow the truth.
Could we pause this? Sorry.
Are very high.
Well, it was the end of the clip anyway.
Okay, sorry.
So Mary wanted to say something else.
Yeah, I wanted to
on
go through his whole
Solomon.
argument and not just like touch on the very beginning. So, if you can bring up, but
Yeah,
if
but
you
her
can bring up my
audio
slides
wasn't
again.
working.
Yeah, I don't know
so
why my audio
we'll get back here
died.
for a
It was
second.
very weird.
Yeah.
It just got confused. I was like talking. I was like, no.
You see, you've been punished by Allah.
Clearly I
Allah
have.
has spoken.
It's because I'm a half brain. That's what happened. Allah has silenced the half brain. So, he makes this huge point about how, Jews and Christians, believe that this is a godly figure, right? If it's an allegorical reading. Even when Christians say that it's about Christ, the bridegroom of Israel, if they're saying that that's the allegorical meaning, they're saying he's God. We're both, Jews and Christians are both saying he is
Bingo.
God as the bridegroom,
Bingo.
right?
Mhm.
Not a mere human. But again, they're shoving in, and Rob made a huge point about how it has images of godhood put on it in the Near Eastern context.
Yeah.
You would see
I was
this
about to
as
quickly say that.
Yeah,
The fact
yeah.
that it's connected to idols. It's
and
like,
that's what I wanted
okay,
to, yeah, that's
it's
what I wanted to
Jesus.
bring in, is
Yeah.
what you were saying.
Yeah.
Exactly. So his entire point was, hey, this is an image that a person in that context would see as being pertaining to a godlike figure. These are godly descriptions. And so when the Jews and Christians came to it and saw godly things and said that, hey, this is about God, the bridegroom of Israel, then it works out in that way. That's why that allegorical reading came in, because that was what was in the text. But you go to the Muslims and they'll say, it's about Muhammad. Once again, they're making a Muhammad into a god. And the Shulamite, and the Muslims have no particular idea of who the Shulamite is. They just kind of skim over that. That's not a part of their interpretation. Even though there are two figures here, and it's very distinctly two figures, they're like, And they just like completely skim over it. So he made some very specific points about what these prophecies supposedly are. First is that there's a period of exile in this verse. Let's read the verse. I encountered the watchmen on the rounds of the city. They beat me and bruised me. They took away my cloak, those guardians of the walls. So my question is the bride inside or outside the city? Is she exiled outside the city, or is she walking around the city and was brutalized by the guards who were supposed to be the caretakers? What do you think? Where is she? This is his proof that it's exile, and she is inside this city. So, yeah, like this is his proof. This is it.
It's explicitly Jerusalem.
Yes, she is explicitly inside Jerusalem. And he said that this is proof that it's during a period of exile. Now, if we go to this part, outstanding among 10,000. The literal meaning of outstanding was standard bearer, but it was used to mean somebody who sticks out, right? Because a flag sticks out. But he insisted it's going to be literal. Okay, when was Muhammad ever a standard bearer? 10,000 he takes to be literal. Other translations just say myriads, because 10,000 just meant a lot. But he's like, no, it means literally 10,000. And Muhammad makes a big deal that 10,000 Muslims went with Muhammad to attack Mecca. What does Mecca have to do with anything to do with Israel? Why? And the idea that 10,000 actually attacked Mecca, it's just a silly made-up figure in the Islamic sources, just like anything else. It just means he had a lot of people, so they just make it 10,000 because 10,000 sounds like a lot, right? So this is the hilarious part where he says, and he did say here that he says, this alludes to Daniel 2 and 7. His head is pure gold must allude to Daniel 2 and 7. If you go to Daniel 2, well, of course, Daniel 2 was written hundreds of years after Song of Songs. So how does it allude to something that hasn't been written yet? If you make an allusion, you make an allusion to things that already exist. You don't make an allusion to something that doesn't exist yet. You can't. So Daniel explicitly says that the golden head is about Nebuchadnezzar. And the feet of the beloved are gold also. But the feet of Daniel are clay and iron. And that's how you get Rome. You get Rome by pointing at those feet of clay and iron and saying that it's during this time of clay and iron. And so that means, even the Christian Roman Empire, which is not how anyone ever understood it traditionally. But the feet in Song of Solomon 6 or in 5, they are gold as well. They're on alabaster on bases of gold. So you do not have a match. There is an explicit denial of Rome. If you have to connect these two, Rome is thrown out. It's denied. It's excluded because you don't have clay and iron. You have gold. So your pattern matching fails. Now here is where it gets hilarious. He says Arabian gold. And I was like, what the heck? And that took a huge amount of diving into. This was crazy free association, right? So gold is usually listed as being from Ophir, which is almost certainly North Africa. There are two places where a different word, Ufaz, is used instead. This is not in Daniel 2 at all. It's used in Daniel 10:5 and Jeremiah 10:9. Most people consider this an alternative spelling of Ophir because in Jeremiah 10:9, it's mentioned together with Tarshish, and it's usually Tarshish with Ophir and other places, because Solomon sent his ships out to Tarshish, which were the Spanish Solomonic silver mines that have now been discovered and confirmed. And then probably directly across the shore from that was probably where the Ophir of the Bible was in that context. But, in historical times, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, scholars who had no idea just spat out other random ideas. An Indian colony in Yemen, the river Hephasis, which is in the southeastern limit of the Punjab, and that's in the Easton's Bible Dictionary. Another dictionary said it might be the Gold of Phissis, which is a river in Armenia, right? So these are just completely silly, spontaneous mental associations of random semi-scholars who had some following who thought, maybe it's this, right? But this guy is running with Indian colony in Yemen to back up Arabia, okay? There was no Indian colony in Yemen. The whole reason that there was an idea of an Indian colony of Yemen was because Eusebius was really bad at geography and confused India and Yemen, and it was just ridiculousness. So there is no Uphaz in Song of Solomon 5:11 at all. So how did he insert it? How did he get it in there? Well, you go to the International Standard Bible Encyclopedia, and it references the Talmud, and it says that the Talmud says that there are 7 different kinds of gold with different qualities, and so it suggests that perhaps by the gold of Uphaz, it meant the finest of golds. And because a completely different word is used to mean fine gold in 11, we go from Uphaz, Indian colony of Yemen, Arabia, to Hejaz, which is somehow equals fine, which equals fine gold, and Song of Solomon 5:11. This is truly their quality of argumentation here. That's how he declares that what was meant here is Arabian gold. Are people even following this? This is so ridiculous.
No.
It takes a lot.
Yeah, it's just like this free association, just trying to connect little things again. He also insisted that it was connected to Daniel 7. So Muhammad is either the horn who is going to be destroyed, right? And thrown in the beast, thrown in the fire. Maybe that's Muhammad. But I think that he was saying that Muhammad is the one like the Son of Man, coming with that cloud of heaven. He approached the Ancient of Days and was led into his presence, and he was given dominion, glory, and kingship. The people of every nation and language should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion that will not pass away. His kingdom was one that will never be destroyed. So once again, Muhammad's God, according to Hussain. And my final question is, another question is, did Muhammad ever come into Jerusalem? If he's saving people by liberating Jerusalem, did he come into Jerusalem? Ever? No. Apparently, is this going to be about Umar? Is this actually a prophecy about Umar? Is Umar God now too? I mean, it's just so silly. And then his mouth is most sweet was hilarious too. Okay, he says that this is about the Quran because those who rejected it said it couldn't be the word of men. My question is, why do people keep saying that it's Tales of the Ancients, and why do they call him the year if they think that he couldn't make it up?
That's a good question.
And he also says, they say it's sorcery, which means it couldn't be normal human whatever. I'm like, no, the pagan norm was that you were possessed by a jinn and you produced poetry. Therefore, if you produce poetry that's supposed to be religious, then you would be accused of just being like all the rest of the pagan poets who are possessed by jinn, and you're participating in sorcery to produce this low quality nonsense, just like everybody else. That makes it no different from all the rest. It does not make it special. The word for mouth is actually palate, inside your mouth, not your speech or lips. So sweet here, and sweet also means tasty. So he has a delicious mouth when you kiss him very earnestly. So Hebrew itself does not have the idea of sweet words like English does. One place that you can find it in the King James and in a couple of other translations is Proverbs 23:8. But in the Hebrew, it just says pleasant words. It doesn't have the idea of a tasty word the way we do. So he's completely abusing the language to pretend you can use it like you can in English, which you can't. It's a different language.
Just
go ahead.
Just quickly, can I also just add on top of that, Mary, if you're finishing up on that comparison point, like, are you finishing up on the parallels with chapter 5?
I'm doing all the parallels.
I'll quickly point this out, and then you continue with that. This is a chart showcasing how the descriptions of verses 10 to 16 in chapter 5 is not the only thing that takes place in the book itself. All right, putting aside the Mohammedan stuff, right, which you've already tackled. This is actually there's a sandwiching of, like, think of it like a drama play, and everyone knows this, right? So you have Solomon and the Shulamite woman. So in chapter 4, notice it's Solomon of Shulamite, where he goes through the eyes to the breast descriptions in the context of the wedding night. Then in chapter 5, it's Shulamite of Solomon, head to legs, then lips, which is it's this notion of where she's searching for him and describing who he is. Then chapter 6, it's Solomon of Shulamite. How curious, same stuff that's going on in chapter 5. Eyes to hair, to teeth, to cheek, and then regards to the other women. But this is after he's found. And then finally in chapter 7, Solomon of Shulamite, where feet to hair, then breasts, and after the what's called the dance of the Mahanaim. So, hang on a second. Now that we see the unity of the book in this sense, seriously, how the heck are you suddenly going to shove in Muhammad just randomly there in verse 16 and think that Muhammad, and in Zakir's context, he's saying that Muhammad starts from all the way from verse 10, verse 11, the head of gold all the way down. It's like, hang on. So Solomon, okay, this is Zakir's argument. Solomon of Shulamite is in chapter 4. Shulamite of Muhammad is in chapter 5. And then it's back to Solomon again in the next 2 chapters. It's, I don't know.
Yeah. He's
I
only
don't know
being
whether they
shoved
hit my
in.
head on the wall or like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they will not read the entire thing. They only want to read this particular 5 and then parts of 6 they want to read, and they want to ignore all the rest. One of the funny things that he actually does is he goes to verse 1 in chapter 6. Where is your beloved gone, O most beautiful among women? Which way is he turned? We will seek him with you. And he says that it's Muhammad because he reads it with Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger who will prepare the way before me. Remember that he's claiming that this messenger is Allah. Or excuse me, this messenger is Muhammad himself, right? He doesn't think that he's John the Baptist. But look at what comes next. Then the Lord whom you speak will suddenly come to his temple, the messenger of the covenant in whom you delight. See, he is coming. So this is the Lord who owns a temple who comes into it. Did Muhammad ever own a temple? Did he have a temple that was his? He was being worshipped in. No. And Lola, you're just going to be timed out for trying to pretend that you need to go and find out what the Temple of Nicaea is, and then come back and let me know. Okay? So find out what actually happened there, and then you can come back in the chat. So, so he also carefully doesn't read Malachi 4:5-6, which says, behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and awesome day of the Lord. So we have 2 different things. We have a great and awesome day of the Lord, and who's going to be sent? Elijah the prophet before that, and he will turn the hearts of the fathers to their children and the hearts of the children to their fathers. Otherwise, I will come and strike the land with a curse. So he's just ignoring that and saying that this messenger is Muhammad, who is, by the way, also the angel of the Lord in Exodus is Muhammad as well, or was Moses and then becomes Muhammad. Moses was also the angel of the Lord, apparently showing up in fire and smoke and things because he's just pulling out pieces. And he also insists that he pushes on the baka by going to spice in one of the verses, and the word for spice there is actually balsam, right? And it refers to a specific tree, Balsamodendron opobalsamum, right? That one tree, a particular tree with a particular scientific name. He claims that it must be the same as baka and Psalm 84, but the baka and Psalm 84, baka and Psalm 84 means crying or weeping, and it's the name of a valley through which you walk to get to Jerusalem. So you're walking to Jerusalem, right? Your heart is set on pilgrimage to Zion. You're appearing before God in Zion. So as you're going, you walk through a valley, which is called the Valley of Tears. And poetically, it turns the tears into springs. And then there's a further play on words with the word pools, which is phonetically similar to blessings. So there's a pun there with blessings and pools. And so it talks about even the autumn rain covers it with pools or blessings. So there's this play on words with bad water versus good water, essentially. Now, it is true that Baka may refer to a tree that drips resin, because if we go to 2 Samuel, but it cannot be the balsamodendron because that has its own proper name. Instead, most people think that it's Pistacia lenticus, or lentiscus, which is called the mastic tree. Okay? So he's using, again, this crazy free association to say that, and then he connects it to Becca, which is in the Quran, which has two Ks, and so is a fundamentally different word. You don't have it isn't like English where you add or subtract letters to clarify spellings or whatever. No, it's a totally different word. So he is making this desperate attempt to make this valley of Baka up in Israel into Becca, which he says is Mecca. So now you have balsam gets connected to the Pistacia lenticus instead of to Balsamodendron opobalsamum, and then you connect it to the place called Becca, and then you just free associate it into Becca in a completely different part, hundreds and hundreds of miles away, and then you say, hey, it's Mecca, and this was all a lawgiver in Becca, which is not here. There is no lawgiver. There's no lawgiver in this entire section. This is instead about a pilgrimage, and another one's just about beds of balsam, a different material, not mastic. So again, it's the farting free association Islamic way of pulling up anything that sounds slightly connected. There's another one that he makes a point about that the lilies are the scattered Israelites, he says in his argument. Muhammad brought no Jews back to the promised land. He didn't even take anything away. Pistachio lentils, something like that, close enough. If he pastures his flock among the lilies, then the lilies are eaten by the flock. Like if you're saying that the lilies are the Jews rather than, because if you're going to say that anyone is the Jews, it would always be the flock. The sheep are the flock of God, who is the shepherd. But he wants to make it the lilies. But here the lilies are getting eaten by these sheep. So whatever's happening is not really good to the lilies. It's only good for the sheep. But he wants to go to that. So if we play our own word association game, myrrh is from Yemen, Ethiopia, and that lower coast of Arabia. So that must be what it's talking about. Spice is balsam. The local source of balsam given in the Bible is always Gilead. So it must be the Gilead that they're talking about. Honeycomb with honey and milk. Canaan flows with milk and honey in the Bible, so it must be from Canaan. Wine, oopsies. Perfume, not specific. Locals, it's a local red wildflower in Israel. Gold from Ophir, which is North Africa. Ravens and doves, which are local birds. Beryl, probably yellow jasper, the origin is unclear. Sapphire blue gem, probably lapis from Afghanistan, trade along a northerly route. So now we have our beloved in Afghanistan we're supposed to find, because we're just free associating here, right? This is totally a legit method for finding truth. Ivory, also said from being from Ophir. Marble, white stone, mined locally. Cedars, Lebanon, must be from Lebanon. Pomegranate, doesn't grow around Mecca, but it does around there. We have literal lists of locations here. We have Jerusalem, which is not Mecca. Tirzah, not Mecca. Lebanon, not Mecca. Gilead, not Mecca. Streams of water, nowhere near Mecca. Walls, Mecca had no city walls. Garden, Mecca explicitly has no gardens. Dew, Mecca's climate is too dry for the heavy dew. And Aminadab, which is a Hebrew name. So these are all the proper names. But you're going to go to balsam and say that that's mastic, and say that that's the valley of Baka, and say that that's Becca, and say that that's Mecca, and say, oh, it's Muhammad. Like, this is the path you're going to take to justify. So, and then at the end, he declares, at another point, he declares, oh, it covers everything. It covers the timing of Muhammad, the location of Muhammad, the physical description of Muhammad, the name of Muhammad. I'm like, no, 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 and no. And he declares that, Jesus must speak of Muhammad. I'm like, well, there's a place where you might say that he does. Then they will deliver you up to tribulation, put you to death, and you'll be hated by all nations for my name's sake. And many will fall away, betray one another, hate one another, and many false prophets will arise and lead many astray. And because lawlessness will be increased, the love of many will grow cold. But the one who endures to the end and, not follow a false prophet will be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be proclaimed throughout the whole world as a testimony to the nations, and then the end will come. So if you're desperately looking for Jesus talking about Muhammad, there you go. And that covers the whole thing. But it was so bizarre. Like, it's all packed in there, packed into the weirdness. And I wanted to delve into it because it's so bad.
Yeah, I mean, he goes through a whole bunch of things really quick there. Like you called them word associations, basically, where he's trying to make it sound like Muhammad is in the Bible. And to his credit, he goes far beyond the usual Mahmad equals Muhammad and throws in a bunch of stuff real quickly. It doesn't come into one of his rebuttals where he throws in his most ridiculous word association game, though. So we'll continue now. We'll go ahead and replay Brown's opening statement here and then comment on it briefly. The first clip is only 28 seconds. So I'll just go ahead and replay that.
It's so interesting to see that in a debate that focused on one issue only, as Muhammad in the Bible started with an attack on the New Testament, that alone tells you the arguments that will follow are very weak. But I'm very happy to talk about Jesus being the prophesied Messiah. We'll do that for sure. And I know there are many Muslims that are totally sincere about this, so I urge you to have the courage to follow the truth wherever it leads, because the stakes are very high.
I think that the debate's basically over already. Brown has already won the debate with that statement, saying that, his arguments are weak because he decided to attack the Bible when he's supposed to be arguing for the authenticity of the Bible because it supposedly supports his prophet. And then he says, just go where the truth or go where the evidence leads. And I think basically he's already won before he even has made any argument. Anyone else want to comment on that? Or shall I go to the next clip?
Go ahead, as far as I'm concerned.
If you want to look at prophecies about Jesus, and I'll gladly defend every single prophecy about Jesus in the scriptures with tremendous joy. Let's remember that the Bible prophesies the birth of Jesus, the place of his birth, the supernatural nature of his ministry, his miracles, his lowly origins, his rejection by his own people, his violent death, his resurrection, and that all of this had to take place before the destruction of the second temple. That's what you call prophecy, all right? What we heard today is something very, very different. Jesus could say that the Torah and the prophets were fulfilled in him. He could sit with his disciples and open up their Hebrew scriptures and show them they all pointed to him. It's a massive contrast when it comes to Muhammad. The Bible says not a word about him in terms of his life, his ministry, in terms of the Quran, zero, because that was not on the minds of God or the authors of the scripture.
Does anyone want to comment on this clip?
I have a particularly interesting point here. He points out that Jesus could open up their scriptures. Muhammad never once opened up their scriptures. Instead, he left it to his followers to go around asking people, oh, is Muhammad prophesied in here? And there was one, and their proof is this Jew dude who was being oppressed by a Muslim and forced to pay horrible things, and was apparently just bearing his son. And he's like, yeah, Muhammad's totally in our sources. Yeah, he is. And then in response to that, Muhammad was so pleased by this response that he gave him all kinds of favors. Dude stayed Jewish, though. Kind of interesting, huh? You would think that he would have converted to Islam, but nope, he stayed Jewish. He's like, yeah, you're totally prophesied in our sources. He was unable to open them and show himself to anyone. No one has ever been able to do it, right? Muhammad couldn't do it. His companions couldn't do it. No one could show Muhammad in the scriptures. They would make desperate attempts to have particular isolated passages and say, oh, this one counts, totally counts. But it never holds together because he's not there.
Yeah,
Indeed.
I think Lucian was wanting to make a point, but I want to add to that as well. I don't know if Lucian, did you have your hand up? No? Okay. Yeah, no, Mary's point there is fantastic because opening up the scriptures implies what? It implies that the scriptures were initially not open per se, which now really demonstrates then the contrast between the Quran and the Quran's engagement with the prior scriptures and the New Testament's engagement with the prior scriptures. So, and scholars are again well aware of this, ranging from conservative to liberal. You have what's called the messianic secret motif, and this is specifically a Markan motif, where Jesus consistently keeps, whenever he does something, a healing or a teaching or whatever, and you have even the gospel author and Jesus himself quote passages like from Isaiah 6 verses 9 onwards about how like seeing but they can't perceive and hearing they can't hear. And the point is, like, for example, when Jesus says, don't, okay, I've done this to you, but don't spread the news, or don't do this, or don't do that, even down to the demons. It says the demons knew who he was, but Jesus would muzzle their mouths from letting loose who he actually is. So there seems to be this very interesting control of the plan of salvation the moment Jesus starts his ministry moving forward, and Satan doesn't know the plan. That's why they're wondering, what the heck is this? We know who you are and all that. Well, what's his intention here? Obviously, the prophecies are in the Old Testament are as clear as day after the fact, but in the moment, it's cryptic. No one knows how it's going to work out. So finally, in Luke 24, once everything's done, Jesus opens it up. He literally, the text says, he opens their minds so that they can understand the scriptures. And how curious, the full scope of the Tanakh, right? That threefold title for the Tanakh. So the laws, the prophets, and the Psalms. He, in a summarized way, he says, look, the Messiah, death and resurrection, all that is in the full scope of the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible. Paul himself says in 1 Corinthians 2 verse 8 that Satan would not know the plan, or could not know the plan with respect to this mysterion, the secret counsel of God, because if God could not allow that to happen, because if he did know the plan, he would not have killed Jesus. So, if once you have that all laid out, and you have this grand moment where Jesus is like, all right, I've done everything. Here it is, as plain as day. Here's the scriptures. No need to keep it a secret anymore. And then what do we see the New Testament do? Point blank, consistent quotations, consistent pesha throughout the entire Old Testament, laying out an argument, laying out a case. In fact, before even the New Testament is composed, what does Peter do at Pentecost? He's citing scripture left, right, and center, arguing for this is how God has made this man whom you crucified both Lord and Messiah, right? All right, now fast forward to the Quran. You have what's Surah 61, Ayah 5, where it's supposedly on the lips of Jesus. After me is going to come someone named Ahmed. And then you have the Quran arguing for, like, look to the past and you'll see a confirmation of Muhammad in the past. That's exactly the sort of argument Jesus says in Luke 24, right? Go to the scriptures and you'll see everything. Like even Moses wrote about me in John 5, right? But here's the difference. The Quran makes the claim, but does it follow through with the claim? It just makes the claim. And then why do you think you have people like Zakir and all these Muslims having to scurry and find obscure, weird, phonetic fallacy connections like Muhammadim and Song of Songs and of Isaiah 42 and that Baka and the Psalm and yeah, the reason why you're scurrying to try and find some obscure connection is because the Quran doesn't follow through with the statement. Like, as the New Testament author says, as it is written, quote, gives you the quotation. We can then verify to see if the quotation's accurate. welcome to textual criticism. And lo and behold, now thanks to the Dead Sea Scrolls and the further comparisons with the Septuagint and all, that we can then see that there's a faithful transmission, a faithful quotation. The New Testament authors weren't, fudging anything to try and make it fit in a certain way. They're being transparent with the details. That's the key difference. There's transparency with respect to scriptural citations to defend their case versus the Quran that conveniently just says it. But hey, trust me, I'm telling the truth, even though I'm not quoting it to prove my case, right? Which are you going to trust? So,
yeah, putting it another way for Muslims that are out there, just dumbing it down, because let's be honest, that was very intellectual. If I were making this a bit more personal, a bit more nowadays, if I were to tell you that I'm a prophet of God and even your Quran speaks about me. In fact, it legitimizes me being a prophet after Muhammad. I'm not going to give you the reference. I'm not going to even open up the Quran. In fact, there's indications, if you're looking at me, there are indications that I may never have read the Quran, considering I am also claiming to be illiterate the entire time. Would that raise any red flags for you? And that's an honest question.
While you're talking, you want to take a minute to promote you and Elle's event?
Oh, yes, we're having a fantastic event over in Ohio. For any of you that are local to the area or want to fly in, it should be a fun time. It's all free. It's a conference on apologetics, polemics, and evangelism. Elle has posted the link in the live chat. You guys are more than welcome to go over there and grab yourselves some free tickets. I know that David will be speaking there. The Thaddeus will be joining as one of the speakers. Mm-hmm. Some loser called Your Brother in Christ is going to be there as a speaker.
Oh, really? I have to
I
put
know,
up with him?
it's a bad sign.
Okay.
Maybe you shouldn't get those free tickets anymore. Run!
I will be emceeing, so if you guys want to come see me MC.
There's the bright side of things.
And yeah, we've got a bunch of apologists coming from all over the US and all over the world. And so it's really cool, especially when we see people who are already in Ohio. Yeah, we definitely want to help Ministry to Muslims provide something in the Ohio area, because we've gone all over the country in order to go to these conferences, and there's like nothing in Ohio. So, yep.
Should have a conference here in Ohio. There you go. You've got one now. Enjoy. Take advantage of it. It is free again.
Yeah, just we ask if you're even interested, please sign up for tickets. There's an interested ticket. That way we can just calculate out food costs and that kind of thing. Again, it's provided for free, but we want to make sure that there's enough for everybody. So there's an interested option. And if you're not willing to come to Ohio, because we get it, it's Ohio, there's also an online only ticket option. So interested, if you're interested in potentially coming in person, online only if you only want the online links. And if you are able to commit to coming in person, or when you are able to commit to coming in person, there's the all access free tickets. So
yeah, and all the information is under that link.
Yep, August 4th through 6th.
Look forward to seeing you guys there, whoever decides to come.
As Truth Apologetics said, mistake by the Lake, Ohio. I do have to correct him. That phrase only refers to Cleveland, not the entire state. And it's not in Cleveland, so you're good.
Yes.
And as Elle said, there are online tickets, so definitely sign up for that. Nadir Ahmed has joined the chat. I'm going to go ahead and play the next clip, and then maybe we'll get some of his thoughts on that.
In a prior debate, Zakir pointed to Genesis 12:3, the promise to Abram, that through his seed all the world would be blessed, and claimed that that was ultimately through Ishmael. And he alluded to the, quote, great nation of Ishmael that would come out. In point of fact, The Torah tells us that this is about Israel. It says these very same words, the whole world will be blessed through the seed of Jacob in Genesis 28. The promise that those that bless them would be blessed, those that curse would be cursed, is applied to the entire nation of Israel in Numbers, the 24th chapter. There's no ambiguity there. As to the allegations that we've heard in past debates that Genesis 15 promises the land to the Ishmaelites, it's quite the contrary. It's explicit. Those who went into captivity in Egypt and would be liberated from Egypt, the entire Torah testifies that the land was given to Israel. Regardless of your views of modern Israel today, the Torah is explicit. There's no ambiguity. And either you believe as Muslims that the Bible is unreliable and corrupt, in which case you shouldn't be citing it, or if you're going to cite it, then let it speak for itself, because it's utterly unambiguous when it comes to this. That's why Jews pray towards Jerusalem and Muslims pray to Mecca. There's no confusion about the direction and the goals. As for the text that I was asked to challenge from Deuteronomy 18, of course, what you just had is a perfect example of adding to the Bible. Not only adding to the Bible, but turning the words upside down. So Deuteronomy 18:50, Navi mikir b'cha me'echacha kamoni yakim lecha Adonai Elohecha elav tishma'un. It's quite explicit. He will be mikir b'cha from your own midst, which occurs in the Torah 11 times, and every single time in the Torah, without exception, explicitly means from the midst of your people Israel, not from your brother nations, as you heard. That is not only adding to the Bible, it is twisting it and turning it upside down. 10 times in Deuteronomy alone, it says, Mikir b'cha, drive out the evil from your midst. It always means, without exception, 100 times out of 100 in the Torah, from the midst of your people Israel. Was Muhammad an Israelite? No. Case closed. We don't even need to discuss it any further. But let's go a little further. Because it not only says Mikir b'cha, but me'echecha. That term me'echecha or me'echa, from your brothers, when it says from your brothers, it's explicit within Deuteronomy itself. If you look, for example, in the 24th chapter, explicit saying, if you have a foreigner who is not from your brothers meaning from your own Israelites. So not only does it say he must be from your own midst of Israel, but he must be a brother Israelite. That's explicit. And then it says, kamoni, like me. So what does that mean to be like Moses? It also says that the king, that he must be specifically from your own midst, one of your brothers. The king had to be an Israelite. Again, Muhammad was not. But what does it mean to be a prophet like Moses? Well, the Bible tells us. There's no ambiguity. In the 34th chapter of the book of Deuteronomy, it tells us that no prophet as of yet, so this is now looking forward, no prophet as of yet had risen up like Moses. What was distinguished about Moses? Who worked all these national miracles in front of everyone, and who spoke to God face to face, who knew God face to face. In Exodus, it says that God spoke to Moses like a man speaks to his friend. Did Muhammad perform a series of national miracles, miracles that were witnessed by multitudes of people over a period of months, like Moses did? Here, yes, the answer is Jesus did. Did Muhammad? Absolutely not. Whether you believe he performed any miracles or not. Did he perform miracles on the levels of Moses and signs and wonders for the nation to see? No. Not only so, do Muslims believe, and I'm asking you a question, that Muhammad spoke to God face to face? Does Allah speak to any of his servants face to face? Does he speak to him like a man speaks to his friend? Isn't that almost blasphemous in Islam? Yet the prophet like Moses would be one who spoke to God face to face like a man speaks with his friend. As for the question is, who was this prophet ultimately speaking of? Well, the Bible tells us. The New Testament tells us explicitly. Again, if you're going to cite the Bible, let the Bible speak for itself. Acts, the 3rd chapter, Peter tells us that the prophet, like Moses, that all Israel must listen to is Jesus, Yeshua. Again, there's no ambiguity. There's no question.
So there you go. You have two options. You can let the Bible tell you what the Bible means, or you can let your Muslim apologist tell you what the Bible means. Dr. Brown says, if you go with what the Bible says, there's no way you're finding Muhammad in there. It's unambiguous. It's clearly not about him. It's clearly about a different figure, and he explains that in a variety of ways. This is the centrality of his argument, is that you should let the Bible interpret the Bible. If you look at what it says about the prophet like Moses, doesn't fit Muhammad. If you invent your own criteria, well, maybe you can make it fit Muhammad. But if you go with what the Bible says, doesn't fit him, does fit Jesus. So Nadir dropped off, but Syed's still here. Syed, do you have any thoughts on the debate?
Looks like he's muted or self-muted or something. By the way, guys, I have to, I'm 10 minutes late for something, so I have to skip out.
See ya.
No.
Oh, pleasure having you on, as always.
Yeah.
God
Okay.
bless.
I'm assuming that at the rate you're going through this debate, it will be about another 15 live streams. So yeah, we'll have plenty of time to interact with all this stuff.
I think that's a safe bet.
Blessings to you, David.
Yeah. All right, catch you later.
See ya.
Have you guys touched on the paraclete yet?
We covered that last session, so we went all the way through
So
that. Quite
yeah,
a lot
Brown
detail.
will come to that towards the end of his opening statement, so we can talk about it then if you like.
Because I want to share something on that, like, but not now, because I don't want to spoil it. But yeah.
Yeah. So Mary, do you have anything you want to say on this? Because I'm sure you probably do.
Yeah, there's a little bit here. It's one point that a lot of times we don't emphasize enough. If you look at pull up my screen. So yes, he talked about the like me from among you, from amongst your brothers. He emphasized that, but he also emphasized, hey, how is this person going to be like me? And it says, just as you desired of your Lord your God at Horeb on the day of the assembly, when you said, let me not hear again the voice of my Lord or see this great fire anymore, lest I die. So according to this, the fire of the Lord, which was, the Lord's presence in a very, in an incredibly glorious form that made people so afraid that they thought that they were going to die, right? And they heard his voice specifically and speaking to them continuously. And they did not want to hear that again. And instead, they had an intercessor who spoke to God in that way and who experienced the glory of God in that way. And instead, this person, Moses, speaks to the people. So whenever you go to Deuteronomy 34, that explains more that since that time, no prophet has arisen in Israel like Moses. So now we're going to define even more explicitly how Moses is different from other prophets, whom the Lord knew face to face, no prophet who did all the signs and wonders that the Lord sent Moses to do in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh and all of his officials in the land, and no prophet who performed the mighty acts of power and awesome deeds that Moses did in the sight of all Israel. So the three things that you have to have is that the Lord has to know him face to face. And it says, as a man speaks to his friend in another place. But this is reinforcing that this is the requirement for the prophet like Moses. He has to know God in an intimate way, unlike all other prophets, right? And he has to do specific miracles that are associated with an exodus. There are many passages about the greater exodus, which in the New Testament, we actually talk about Jesus. Jesus talks about him preparing for his exodus, meaning the preparation. The greater exodus is when he dies, he rises again from the dead, and he takes the people out of Sheol and frees them from Sheol and the power of death. So already those souls are freed. And then the even greater one will come later in the new heaven and the new earth whenever everyone's resurrected bodies. So this is, you need to have a performance of a miraculous exodus, and it has to be something that is public. And Jesus's death, burial, and also his resurrection occurred with people seeing. And so, and the miracles that came in Acts were performed in front of many, many thousands of people. So you need miracles of this sort that are public miracles for you to be the prophet like Moses. You need public miracles. And he's emphasizing man speaks to his friend. And then over here, it also emphasizes the miracles that are done not in secret, but in public, where other people see it, where other people experience it. And, whenever Jesus fulfills all the rest of, the the prophecies of Isaiah in very physical ways. Those are national miracles done in front of the face of Israel. Israel sees it. Brown,
pause for 1 second.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that the prophet, like Moses, needs to work public miracles.
Indeed.
Can someone tell me what the Quran says about Muhammad's ability to work miracles? Because I'm a little confused. I think that Muhammad might be the prophet like Moses. So I need to go to see what the Quran says.
So whenever it says, I am only a warner, and that why does no angel come with him as came with Moses? And by that, whenever he says, why does no angel come with him? He's actually referring to the angel of the Lord that the Jews themselves saw being the one with whom Moses was talking face to face. Just, it's really funny. He's like, oh, you wouldn't believe it if this angel came with me. Over and over again, he says, I'm a plain warmer. I'm only a warner. That my only miracle is the Quran. That's it. That's all I have. So he says that, and yet later Hussein is going to say that the Quran lies, and instead there actually was a miracle. Only nobody saw it. It's a secret miracle, but that one counts. It totally counts. But one point here, I don't know whether or not we even need to go to Hussein like whining about it, but Brown is emphasizing that from your midst means that it's local to the physical space of Israel. If something's happening in the midst of Israel, it's happening within their camp, within the physical boundaries of the country. It's local there. And then from your brothers, if it's also in your midst, and if it's in your midst and it's among your brothers, then in the context of Israel, the only brothers there are the Israelites. There's a distinction within Israel, from your midst, inside of Israel, between the Jews who were brothers and then the others who are consistently called foreigners. So with respect to nations, Edom is called a brother. But with respect to Israel internally, Edomites would be foreigners every single time. You cannot find one instance where an Edomite is called a brother in Israel. So Hussein deliberately tries to muddle things, and he tries to say that because within your midst can include foreigners and slaves who are living in Israel, so then your brothers must mean a nation outside of Israel. But if you've already restricted it to within Israel, then you have to restrict it to the meaning within Israel, which is always an ethnic meaning of other people who are part of Israel, whether or not it's an inclusive brothers within one lineage, or if it's a general brothers, all the brothers of Israel. It's always someone who is an Israelite by heritage every single time. And these are the ones that Brown cites most heavily. If a man is found stealing one of his brothers of the people of Israel, and if he treats him as a slave or sells him, and then that thief shall die. And then later it says, you shall not oppress a hired worker who is poor or needy, whether he is one of your brothers or one of the sojourners who are in the land within your town. So now, whenever the context is Israel, brothers is always going to be an Israelite. You shall give him his wages on the same day, lest he cry against you to the Lord and you be guilty in sin. So, and then Deuteronomy 17, which he also cites, whenever it refers to a king, it refers to a king in the same terms. You may indeed set a king over you, whom the Lord your God will choose. One from among your brothers you shall set as king over you. So what does among your brothers mean? It means you may not put a foreigner over you who is not your brother. So the particular phrase among your brothers has a different meaning than someone being a brother to you in a general sense. And it's always used this way, but Hussein just tries to pretend that it's not. He tries to confuse things by muddling context and trying to make it mean literally the opposite of the only meanings that it can have.
So T. Bishop, and you got to this after he commented, but he said that the argument's flawed. Edomites are definitely called brothers, but the word, the Hebrew, which word is that is translated among you or in your midst, is missing. But you did just get to that. But I wanted to make it clear that, we're not ignoring. If people are making if Muslims are making intelligent comments, and to be clear, T Bishop is not a Muslim, but if Muslims are making intelligent comments, I would definitely bring them up. Instead, the Muslims in the chat are just trolling and name calling and distracting. But Nadir has come back up and joined us. Can you hear us, Nadir?
Yeah, hi, good evening. How's everyone doing?
Good. I just want to make sure, T Bishop, did you understand what I was saying? That I was saying that there is brothers among nations, and then there's the among brothers, which is always internal.
And
right?
also, let
With
me just
respect.
yeah,
Go ahead.
let me just say this as well. The whole Edomites being brothers. That isn't the argument that James makes in Acts 15. In other words, Mary is correct. Because just to quickly point this out, in Acts 15, Amos 9 is quoted, and James does something very interesting with the Septuagint rendering of that same passage in Amos 9. So in Amos 9, verses 11 to 12, it had, well, specifically verse 11 speaks about David's tent is fallen, but it'll be restored and rebuilt and blah, blah. And then verse 12, so my people may inherit the remnant of Edom, right? And they're considered not. They're basically the equivalent of, say, Gentiles, the non-Jews. So notice in Acts 15, verse 17, the consonants for the word Edom actually matches the consonants for the word Adam, man. And notice that in Acts 15, verse 17, it says, so that the rest of the people may search for the Lord, including all the Gentiles. So this is the type of wordplay that you have, especially in that Second Temple corpus, that designates the difference between, in this case, I'm giving an example, the Edomites versus the Jews, and yeah, I just wanted to point that out.
So did you have any thoughts on the debate or the portions of it that we've been looking at, Nadir?
No comments. I mean, it's all based upon, in the Christian case, is all based upon personal interpretation and just shoving it down people's throats. I mean, that's about it.
No, it's about letting the Bible interpret the Bible. I mean, how would... Well, first of all, I should ask you this question. Do you think that Muhammad is found in the Bible?
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. The difference is this, that the case for Islam is based upon verifiable facts, but the case for Christianity is all based upon personal interpretation. And I told Brown that to his face. This is all just your personal interpretations. That is because
so the verifiable fact is that Muhammad is supposed to be found in the Bible. It has to be verifiable to the extent that the Jews and the Christians recognize him as they recognize their own sons. And it has to be in the scriptures that are with them. So Jews and Christians, everyone who was sincere at the time of Muhammad, has to be able to find him there and has to have every expectation of him. So I would like you to cite me a Jewish and Christian source from before the time of Muhammad that shows the expectation of someone from Arabia, because that's what we're supposed to be anticipating. We're anticipating a prophet from Arabia who matches Muhammad's features, his people, and his genealogy, like his extraction, right? So give me the sources that show that we were anticipating that.
So your personal interpretation, if I understand it correctly, Mary, the Jews have to recognize and anticipate an Arabian prophet to come. If I understand
that would not be mine. That would be Ibn Kathir's. Am I Ibn Kathir?
Okay. Well, so whose personal interpretation is this?
That is Ibn Kathir's statement about what that explicitly means.
Okay, Mary.
So Ibn Kathir says that this is the interpretation. This is the authoritative Islamic interpretation. Now, if I am now the source of authentic and authoritative Islamic interpretations, I will take that and I get to interpret whatever I want. But this is what Ibn Kathir says. the Jews and the Christians expect, and the Jews and the Christians know. So I would like you to find me what Ibn Kathir says that we had these expectations. So it should be extremely trivial if it is so obvious that Jews and Christians recognize Muhammad like they do the faces of their own children, then you should be able to cite me a source from before Muhammad that gives this expectation of this Arabian prophet and his physical description and his people and his inheritance, his tribe, basically. So.
Well, let me ask you a question before I go into there. I mean, if the Jews couldn't find Jesus in the Bible, how are they going to find Muhammad?
Well, the Jews did find Jesus in the Bible.
Did.
That's why Jesus. That's why they removed Isaiah 53 from the readings that they did. That's why it's called the forbidden chapter, and no Jew is supposed to read it unless they have already been taught by rabbis for extended periods of time. So until you have been brainwashed by Talmudic studies for a lengthy amount of time, you are forbidden from opening Isaiah 53, because if you read it, you would recognize Jesus in it. And in fact, One for Israel has done things like walk around Jerusalem and just stop and read Isaiah 53 and said, who do you think that's about? And the Jews will say, well, that's clearly about Jesus, and that's your Bible, and we don't believe in that, even though it came out of their Bible. And it used to be part of the reading that was done every year. So there was a yearly liturgy, and so there would be portions of different scrolls that were read. And this was part of a portion that was always read until after the time of Jesus, and they took it out so that people would not recognize him. Now, what Jesus did not fulfill was the thing that they wanted rather than the thing that they were promised. The entire reason that he was killed was because he came as the suffering servant and not as the slaying conqueror. That's why they wanted to get rid of him in the first place, and why they killed him and made him the suffering servant, because he came as that. Now, the Jews at that time and before that time had every expectation that they might get a Messiah who is a suffering servant and dies. But they believed that hopefully they would get a second one. But some of them actually believed at that time that they would only get a second suffering servant if they weren't good enough, essentially, if they were not faithful enough. And they just didn't like that. So, I mean, you've got to ask the Jews why they keep telling people that they're not allowed to read Isaiah 53 if it's not about Jesus. It's so clearly not about Jesus. There's nothing that we have to say, oh, guys, don't read about the paraclete. You're going to think it's Muhammad. Woohoo! Well, you need to be brainwashed for years and years, because if you read that and you haven't been brainwashed, you'll think it's Muhammad. I mean, seriously, Nadir.
Well, and besides that point, all of the early Christians were Jews who found Jesus in what we now call the Old Testament, and that's why they became Christians. And they demonstrate that by quoting the Old Testament at length, explaining why they think it's about Jesus. So for you to say, well, it's just your personal interpretation. We Muslims, we have all the solid facts. We have all the times where the Bible was quoted in the Quran to tell us that it's about Muhammad. Oh, wait, no, we have to interpret those with our own personal interpretation. We don't have any author. Even though we have, as the author of our text, the all-knowing creator of the universe, he doesn't know how to quote anything from the Old Testament or the New Testament to say that it's about Muhammad. But we know that there must be something in there because he tells us there's something in there. Therefore, we're just going with the facts.
Now, that was a lot to respond to. But, just give me 1 second here. Yeah, so, all I think is I didn't hear really any good explanation that, why we should trust the Jews and their decisions on this matter. I mean, I don't know if they're really a very good source. I mean, let me answer some of what you just said.
Just one second. I want to clarify. We only brought up the Jews because you did.
Okay,
You
well,
said that no Jew interprets the Bible that way, which was factually incorrect because
no,
in addition to all the early Christians, approximately 1/4 of people who call themselves Jew today are Messianic Jews, that they hold to Jewish tradition. They come from a Jewish background, but they believe that Jesus is the Messiah.
right.
So for you to say no Jew interprets this way,
No, I never
we're
said
not
that.
going to just let that go.
No, I didn't- I
Well,
didn't
you
say that.
said, how come the Jews didn't interpret this way? You didn't say
what's
no
further,
Jew.
yeah,
Well,
and what's
no,
furthermore is
okay.
that a huge amount of what Christian theology is based on Second Temple Jewish beliefs that Jews then revised and changed and declared in some of is it Ravi, I think? No, Rav, excuse me. It's Rav. Rav believed in the two powers in heaven. And even though he was quite a bit after Jesus, that was still the normative belief that there was a multi-personal, that Yahweh was in some way multi-personal. There was multi-personal power in heaven. That was normative. And it wasn't until like 200 years after Jesus or longer, they really began excising that out of their faith and getting rid of it. So
from the 2nd to 3rd century AD in the Common Era, it became heretical.
Right. So they excised it.
Otherwise, it was completely orthodox.
Right, and it was not only orthodox but normative. So it was the most common normative. It's what your average Jew believed, what your rabbis believe, what your Pharisees believe, what they all believe. And it's kind of interesting because there's actually a reference to it in Acts. And until I read some of the other sources about it, I didn't realize that was what it was referring to. But it was normal Jewish belief. We're not the ones who had to change around our theology. We're not the ones who had to throw out the traditional messianic interpretation of things and then claim it means something else instead. We're not the ones who had to alter what had been believed for generations to maintain our beliefs. Now, what we can do is we can point to all these alterations and we can say, hey, this is how the Jews always read these things. These are the things that Jesus did that fulfilled things. This is a passage that is so clearly about Jesus that Jews aren't allowed to read it unless they've been brainwashed for years. And you come and say, hey, yeah, I know that our sources say that you're going to recognize Muhammad like you would your children, but why should we believe them? Because if they were expecting him, they would not have rejected him until he came. And you need to have some basis for this high level of expectation, like you recognize him like the faces of their sons. That's how strong it is. Like, we need to have evidence that it's so clear that this was Muhammad and that there was some we can find tons of stuff about there being a Messiah, right? Infinite amounts.
But the clearest, I think, this is my opinion, maybe if someone here can correct me, and I'm open to correction if there's an even clearer reference in this, but for me, in my reading of the Quran, 61:5, where Jesus verbatim on his lips, someone after me, Ahmed. I mean, okay, where is that saying? Where can we confirm that this is indeed his saying? At least to me, that's the clearest prediction of Muhammad, because look, it's on the lips of Jesus himself. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Ibn Ishaq claimed that was the reference to the paraclete. So he said, the one after me is that Muhammad's the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, but this is why I wanted to show you I wanted to show the screenshots with respect to that paraclete thing, which, yeah.
Yeah, so I want to give Nadir some time to speak now. That was my fault. I interrupted him. So Nadir, I'm going to let you speak for several minutes if you want.
Yeah, well, so these are all just basically personal interpretations. And I think one of the main crux, I think, where the problem is born-again Christians, they struggle to decipher between what is a personal interpretation versus what are real facts. That is because Christianity is an interpretation-based religion which you just shove down people's throats. And that's not just my opinion. I mean, even in my last debate with Tony Costa, he conceded to that yeah, we don't have facts to support our beliefs. So, but yeah, going back to the whole issue of letting Jews decide, I don't think that's a very good criteria. I mean, it's very subjective, and no one made them the authority, neither Christians. What to determine who that prophet of Deuteronomy 18:18 is, we've got to look at the facts and not interpret the Bible in a way which we see fit, and that's what Brown did, and what the entire Christian case is on. Now, if you want to know about anticipation of that prophet, if you read Islamic history, you'll actually find inside Sirah ibn Ishaq, they were waiting for a prophet. They were anticipating a prophet like Moses, and you'll find many references for that inside Sirah ibn Ishaq. So, the problem where, I think the big defeater of Christianity is, if you really look at, not only are there no facts to support that case, there's just like what Mary was doing, just reinterpreting the Bible in a way she wants to interpret it. But the real problem is that there really are no intrinsic, you could say, characteristics between Jesus and Moses outside of Muhammad. Meaning there are some, but Muhammad, Jesus, and Moses all share those characteristics. And so what you're basically trying to do, you're trying to take a Adolf Hitler type character, which Moses was in the Bible, and trying to compare him to a Mother Teresa type character, which Jesus was in the Bible. And it doesn't work.
Wait. Sorry. Did you just compare Muhammad to Adolf Hitler?
No,
and Muhammad. Muhammad is also Adolf Hitler. So Muhammad is like Moses because they're both like Adolf Hitler.
Can I respond?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Moses, one of the prophets of Allah, is like Adolf Hitler, according to Nadir. You just said that.
Okay.
Yes, you did.
You want to talk about me? Go ahead. I'll let you
Anyway, what we get here is we get Nadir's desperate, emotional, personal interpretation.
Okay.
Now, so Ibn Kathir is clear, right?
Mary, pause for 1 second.
Okay.
Pause for 1 second. I want to ask Nadir a question. So he said that Muslims have objective facts. The only thing I heard was that Muslim sources claimed, later Muslim sources, to be clear, long after Muhammad, claimed to have found, or claimed to have an expectation of a coming prophet. Meanwhile, the Christian sources that Nadir says we shouldn't trust, right, the New Testament, as well as dozens, probably hundreds of Christian writings after the time of the New Testament, all like within the same vicinity as the sources Nadir is written to, and relationship to their sources. So, Christian sources within the first 200 years of Christianity, Islamic sources in the first 200 years of Islam. They had an expectation for a prophet. They said that they were expecting this. They said that Jesus fulfilled it, and they were explicit. They told us which passages of the Bible he fulfilled. So when it comes to Islam, you call that an objective fact because Muslims claimed that. But when Christians claimed that, when followers of the way, properly speaking, Jewish people who had found the Messiah, and what we now call Christians, when they claim that, you say it's personal interpretation. So what's the difference?
Well, let me first go back to the first, misinterpretation you made. And it goes back to my point that Christians cannot offer facts. You took my statement and said Muhammad is like Hitler. Well, actually, no. You see the point. First of all, you were not able to actually refute my argument.
Hey, could you display my, so that we can actually, please, hang on 1 second. So we can actually talk about objective facts. Let's display my screen. Mary. So let's talk about objective facts.
Well, let Nadir finish first, and then
you guys want to have a discussion. You can't interrupt me every.
Yeah. Nadir, you're good. Go.
Okay, so the thing is, of course, Muhammad is like Moses, but not in that Hitler way. How can we find similarities between Muhammad and Moses? Well, they are both great warrior prophets. They both led armies into battle. In that sense, they are alike. But of course, you could say Muhammad is a better version of Moses, because what I didn't hear tonight is anyone denying my claim that Moses was a Hitler type character. He committed genocide against people, and you're trying to compare that with Jesus.
We all denied it, hon.
And that's a
we laughed at it. That should be
I'll turn it over to you. How do you make your Hitler type character Moses, make him like Jesus? I'd like to see how that works.
Wait, I just have one quick question, Mary, before you go.
Yeah.
So you're calling a prophet of Allah a Hitler-like character?
Well, this is one of the many.
Is it yes or no? Yes or no?
No, it's a false.
No, so Moses isn't.
No, I'm not saying. Can I say it?
So Moses isn't.
Well,
Hitler.
Okay, so
just like you said originally, because now you're contradicting yourself.
Okay, I'll let you talk and then I'll respond.
No, you just
The
contradict
Moses which
yourself.
I believe in, Islam actually vindicates Moses of these genocidal atrocities. So the Moses which I believe in is nowhere like a Hitler type character, but that's not, you're not disputing the facts that everybody's in agreement that Moses was a genocidal maniac in the Bible. I mean,
let's make this absolutely clear.
Okay.
We all dispute that.
Okay.
And I'm giving you just as much evidence as you're giving us on this.
And what's even funnier is he says that Muhammad is like Moses because Moses, Jesus isn't, because Moses is a homocidal maniac and is a Hitler character, but Muhammad is like him. That was his original argument. So I am holding him eternally to Muhammad being Hitler, because that was his argument to begin with. Why Muhammad was more like Moses than Jesus, because Muhammad is Hitler.
Well,
so
let's be honest.
When we talk about
writings,
when we talk about facts, we need to actually have sources. Now, I cited a source. I cited Ibn Kathir, and I ask you for a Christian source, not for Muslims who came around 200 years later with made-up fairy tales of Christians that no one else ever knew about or heard about, who had these odd ideas that are projected onto them. No, I need, like, this is supposed to be so clear again, that you know it. Anyone who has this, reads the scripture that is with them, knows them like they do their own sons. Now, here's one passage that explains what we should find. We should find the prophet of the common folk, or al-Nabiya al-Umiya, right? So that's supposed to be what we have written about. Now, Umiya means, it actually means an unstudied prophet, like someone who hadn't studied, who hasn't studied Torah is actually what it means. It's a borrowed word from Hebrew with a Talmudic usage, which he decided to use, whom they find written down with them in the Torah and the Gospel. Mm-hmm. So where in the Gospel does it say that we are anticipating al-Nabiya al-Umiya, or in the Torah? Because this needs to be very clear. We need to have an unstudied, unlettered prophet who is prophesied explicitly in with them, written with us in the Torah and the Gospel that existed at that time. Oh, and he needs to explicitly tell them to do these things. He needs to be someone who is bidding them to honor, forbidding dishonor, making lawful for them the good things. So that means something that was previously unlawful is now lawful, and making unlawful for them the correct things. So things that were previously lawful are now unlawful, and relieving them of their loads and the fetters that were on them. So where does it talk about all these things in one place?
Well,
so let me just one quick thing here. So Bauretter's comment here, it puts it to a point. The Quran says we, meaning in context, the people of the book, the Jews and the Christians, find Muhammad mentioned. It doesn't say Muslims do, but we don't. So the point here is that there's roughly 600 years between the time of Jesus and the time of Muhammad. If people were expecting a prophet at all, it doesn't even have to be Muhammad, but if they're expecting a prophet at all, there should be some evidence from Christian sources that they're expecting another prophet, and we don't find that.
And let me re-emphasize again, in the Quran, on the lips of Jesus, Jesus himself is predicting Muhammad. Where, if that quote verbatim was on the lips of Jesus, or let's just go along if it's a paraphrase or whatever he said, but the point is he's speaking Muhammad. For those 6 centuries, someone should have pointed out that to be the case, and then when Muhammad comes on the scene, all the Christians should have flocked and been like, Alhamdulillah, there's the Ahmed that Jesus spoke about.
Like we do our sons. If you can read the Injil, we should know it like we do our son.
All right, so I'm eager to hear Nadir's response.
If I may switch gears for just a few minutes, I wanted to just come on this live stream. I mean, Deuteronomy 18:18 is a very good topic. We could probably talk.
Okay, wait 1 second. So you want to switch topics because you don't have an answer?
No, I was actually. I wanted to ask.
just let him. It's fine.
Yeah,
Nadir
Okay,
can
so
say what he wants to say.
well, I just want to make sure that we all understand that he cannot find Al Nabiya Umiya in the scripture. So now he's switching topics desperately. So
Mary, yeah,
thanks.
I actually, Mary,
you can make a point, and then you can come back to that if you want. I want to be fair.
If he brings up Deuteronomy 18, I want to.
I am trying to switch topics, and the reason why is because I feel like whenever I say something, I'm just going to get shouted down and then kind of reprimanded by all four people here, and so I just didn't feel that's a very fruitful discussion.
I'm not shouting down at you.
You know, I mean, I just don't, but actually, I wanted to.
I just want a source and not your feelings. All I'm hearing about is you talking about your feelings, and we all have feelings. And I'm glad that you have feelings, honey, but I want a source.
Mary, you gotta give me a break, please.
So Nadir. Let me do it this way.
Do you want to have
a discussion with just me another day on the topic?
Well, no, I wanted to ask you about the email I sent yesterday about we're supposed to be having a debate on Islam and slavery. And
So actually, I didn't mean to email you back. So that's my bad. I
thought you were mad at me.
I got a commitment, and I was busy, and I dropped the ball on emailing you. But your brother in Christ, who's on the stream right now, has agreed to have that debate with you.
Okay, what happened to Jay?
I mean, I don't speak for Jay.
Okay, but did he respond?
I never said anything about Jay. I know you emailed myself and Jay to ask if he'd be interested, but I never said anything about him.
Sure.
And you actually made that email after I'd already gotten the commitment from your brother in Christ.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well, that's...
Yeah, well, you didn't. Like I said, I dropped the ball. It's been like a week since I got the commitment, and I haven't emailed you.
Wonderful. So it is my bedtime. But yeah, we could. I mean, I think that'd be a very good debate where we could have.
Okay, then wait. Before you go.
Yeah.
Before you go, can I share with Nadir just a key insight with respect to Deuteronomy 18 in the New Testament?
Sure. Definitely.
Like Thaddeus, well, I don't know where the direction. And I know Mary's point is not hanging because she made a good point as well.
Yeah, that's fine. Then, there was a lot. In fairness to Nadir. Right. I want to be fair. In fairness to Nadir, there's several of us here, and it would be hard for him to address all the points.
Yeah, sure.
So
I agree with you. Yeah. But maybe then what I'll do, Nadir, is I'll wrap it up with this proposal, and I'll try and connect all the data points with respect to this.
Okay.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Since the New Testament is written in Greek, I thought I'd show you how a Hellenized Jew would read the Old Testament. Now here's Deuteronomy 18, ho prophetess. This is the term, about that so-called prophet that's to come. Now, that particular phrase actually occurs only 8 times in the New Testament, ho prophetess. And the first time it occurs with respect to speaking about that designation happens to be obviously in John 1:21, where they come and ask John the Baptist, are you that prophet? And John says, no. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Notice you have Jews asking another Jew, not a non-Jew, another Jew, if he's that prophet. Now, notice then also, so the ethnic quality is ticked. He has to be a Jew. The second point is that to do the things that Moses did. All right. The only other 2 times that phrase appears in the same gospel is in John 6 and in John 7. Now in John 6, so I just highlighted here it is again in yellow. This is in John 6 verse 14. But if I just show you the English translation, John 6:14, it says, when the people saw the sign that he had done, they kept saying, truly this is the prophet who was to come into the world. All right. Now, just quick question to everyone in the room. This sign that takes place in John 6, what is that sign that transpires earlier? Quick trivia question. Okay, I'll answer it. It's the feeding of the 5,000. Which, by the way, what was the sign that Moses did in the wilderness? The manna.
Manna.
That came down. Because don't forget, the reason why I'm saying it's the manna is because what happens after the feeding of the 5,000 in John 6 with respect to this prophet language in John 6? Oh yeah, the bread of life in the very same chapter, where Jesus alludes to the bread of life that was sent down, because see, he speaks about Moses in the same chapter. Now, when you go, the third occurrence of this particular Greek term is in John 7, which is the next chapter. It occurs in John 7, verse 40, that says, when they heard these words, some in the crowd were saying, this really is the prophet, while others were saying this is the Messiah. So there's this debate, but the point is they're applying the term Messiah and prophet to Jesus. Well, again, just like I asked the question about what occurred in John 6 to make them make this designation, and sure enough, a clear-cut example of Moses in the wilderness with respect to the manna from heaven, and hence the feeding of the 5,000. Something also happened in the same way in John 7 that matches Moses. Well, what happens prior to that statement? In from verse 37 down, Jesus says, if anyone is thirsty, let him come to me and drink. The one who believes in me, as the scripture has said, will have rivers of living water flowing from his heart. What happened in the context of Moses with respect to water being drunk? The water that came out of the rock to feed the Israelites, which, by the way, in 1 Corinthians 10, that rock language is also again applied to Jesus. So here you have the actions of Moses with respect to very key particular signs, the water and the food, and that according to the Jews, how they would designate, if you're going to be like this prophecy with respect to the prophet like Moses, these are the type of signs we are expecting. How interesting that within the passage you have them reacting that, hey, Jesus is doing the very things that Moses did in those particular unique ways. So then finally, when Jesus accomplishes what he does in his resurrection, finally Peter stands up in front of 3,000 people and declares to all of them that Moses, so he's fulfilled all of this, right? Long ago through the voice of his holy prophets. In fact, Moses said, quote, the Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from among your brothers. You must notice this, among your brothers. Peter's speaking to Jews at Pentecost. So from among all of them, you must listen to everything he tells you. Any person who will not listen to that prophet will be utterly destroyed from among the people. And then you have their convictions as to like, oh my goodness, we need to turn to this particular individual, Jesus. So this, okay, I'll stop sharing. This is how that term, the prophet, was understood in the Second Temple period. And here you have in the New Testament how it is then utilized in very key, very interesting ways, like Jesus, man from heaven, Jesus, the living water. And then the application, finally, Peter at Pentecost giving that sermon. Now, if Muhammad is a prophet, is there an equivalent argumentation, whether it's in the Quran or in the Hadith or in some tafsir? But the point is, obviously, the authoritative sources would be the Quran and the Hadith, that showcases Muhammad with that particular phrase, the prophet of Deuteronomy 18:18, in the same way. And it doesn't occur. You're going there to make this assertion, but you're avoiding the fact that there's already centuries worth of argument. In fact, for Christians, the authoritative argument of the New Testament, and in this case, the authors themselves, like in this case, John's Gospel, and Jesus himself, taking that statement in Deuteronomy 18 and applying it directly to himself in the most unambiguous way. There's no that we're not like having to find some weird cryptic little Da Vinci code lock cipher thing to then unlock it, and it's as plain as day. Why can't we do why if it's as plain as day to you as a Muslim with respect to Muhammad, then why are we debating the issue? It should be as plain as day for us as well, but it's not, because there is no connection. No one made that connection. So that's just, I'm being very like honest with you. I'm not putting you down. I think you and I have spoken before, but I'm not like, I don't want to come across as rude. I'm being just forthright with you. See how plain as day as it is in the New Testament. Even if you reject the New Testament, the point is, here's a document as plain as day, the way it's utilizing that Deuteronomy 18 verse. Do we see the equivalent in your Muslim texts?
So Nadir, you have the floor, and then we'll watch another. Since you said you wanted to get off, I'll let you go.
Yeah.
I'm not kicking off. If you want to stay, you're welcome to stay. But I'm going to give you some time to speak, and then we'll get back to watching the debate.
Yeah, I have to get going, but no, thank you for that, Rob, and point worth considering. And I'll just go ahead and sign off for tonight.
Okay, I'll be in touch with you via email.
All right.
I actually do have an answer. If you'll share my screen, I have an answer for Rob. I believe that Muhammad came to the Jews and tried to say, hey, I'm the prophet like Moses, because Waraqah said that he was. And the Jews went, no, here, look at our text. It says it has to be from among the brothers. So he invented a new thing that doesn't appear in the Torah and said instead, he placed the same almost identical prophecy in the mouth of Abraham and made it about Ishmael, because he couldn't attach himself to the Deuteronomy 18, even in his lifetime. He knew that was a non-starter. And so notice the almost exact same phrase, our Lord, and raise up among them an apostle from them. He shall recite to them thy signs and teach them the book and the wisdom, and he shall cleanse them. Thou art the mighty, the wise. So I think that Muhammad...
Wait. Is this in the Quran?
Yes. He had to reinvent. Yeah. Isn't it hilarious?
Is this in Quran 2?
It is yes, it's 2. Yes, this is my personal translation that I've been working on.
But this is what I've been asking for. Something like this. This is great.
But the thing is, it has to go to the Torah. It's supposed to be in the Torah, and it isn't.
Right.
So because I honestly think so.
17, though.
Yeah, and this is something that was fairly, this is pretty early. So whenever Muhammad gets to Medina and actually talks to some Jews, they're like, "No, you're not." And I think that the Jews went, we think you're from Ishmael, and Ishmael is an enemy to the Israelites and is an enemy to God, and he's not included in the covenant. Notice here, it's a rejection of the Genesis 17 account where Ishmael is rejected. So, and when his Lord tested Abraham with the words, he fulfilled them, and he said, indeed, I am making thee a leader for the men, said he, and from my seed, he said, my covenant shall not reach the wrongdoers. And of course, the Israelites well know, and the Jews well know, that their own people did not keep all of the commandments faithfully, and so they were chastised and everything. So here, Muhammad's inventing an alternative version of Genesis 17 where the Israelites get written out completely because they do something wrong. So according to them, whenever they went after the golden calf, they were already, according to this. So he's trying to retrofit it. And then you go on almost immediately after, he puts the prophecy of a prophet like Moses and instead makes it a prophet like Abraham and gives it to Ishmael. But they're still stuck with saying that it's in the Torah. So that's why I didn't want to talk about it.
No, keep the screen up. Oh my gosh, this further proves my point with the whole.
And it even has that double
Muhammad
from among
didn't have
them.
The Bible in his hand,
and from them, yeah.
So okay. There's so many things going through my mind, but I think the one thing I'll pick up on is he's juxtaposing Genesis 17 and Deuteronomy 18. And Paul in Romans 9 speaks about the seed of the promise and how the Jews understood what that promise language was, and its respect to Isaac.
Yeah.
That's why the New Testament calls Isaac monogenes, a unique one. Why? Because Ishmael was not the seed of the promise with respect to the covenant.
Exactly. He
So
was the
here
son of disobedience.
Right. So you already have in the New Testament a sort of like a checkmate moment. If the Messiah, who is meant to be the prophet, as they're realizing who he is, because he's doing the very signs Moses was doing with the feeding and the drinking, he also has to be in that seed of the promised language.
Yes.
Which, if it was under Ishmael, which Muhammad is saying he's under, he's shot himself in the foot, because then he can't be that prophet of Deuteronomy 18.
Right. So he had to invent a new prophecy that makes it but they still have the old ahadith that make him the prophet like Moses. They still have the versions of the hadith
like
about
saying,
Wadaka.
He's just reinventing.
Yeah.
It's just like what you're just saying. He's reinventing a whole brand new foreign rereading.
Yes.
And then saying, well, I said so you better accept it, sort of thing, right? But he's 6 centuries too late. And even if he went back to the 1st century, he would still be laughed at with his eisegesis, not his correct exegesis.
And I had a question for you. You were talking about manna in the wilderness. In what city was Jesus born?
Wait, read that again?
So you were talking about manna in the wilderness and how Jesus is the bread of life. In what town was Jesus born?
Bethlehem.
And what does that mean? Does everybody know?
House of
bread. It means house of bread.
Right.
So Jesus was born in the house of bread. He is the manna. This is the national miracle, the greatest miracle, the second Exodus that is promised.
By the way, just quickly, that's the point of John 7, because they actually debate this. Does the Messiah come from like his origins and
right. And so they're talking about his origins. Yep. And
because
they
John
don't.
7 mentions
they both
prophet.
know and don't know. They know that he comes from Bethlehem, but they don't know because they don't know the Father. They've never dwelt with him, and they don't understand that truly. So yeah, I thought it was funny that Nadir was like, "Oh, let me change the subject." He's like, "You're just making stuff up," and I'm like, "Dude, is
Mary,
a statement in the Quran."
This
Mary,
is really
to be fair to Nadir, he actually
so
only joined because he wanted to ask me about the email. He didn't actually want to talk about the subject at all. So when he said he wanted to talk about what he came up to, that was actually true, because he actually had no interest from the beginning of talking to us. Breakfast Gun here says, explain that one more time a little bit slower for people like me. So do you want to, the two of you want to just summarize that briefly?
Out of everything that I've ever discussed on Islam, this is the best. As of today, this is the most significant debunking of Islam ever. Like, ever. This is awesome. Thank you, Mary, for point. Like, this... Wow. I can't... Like, you need to clip this, Thaddeus. You honestly, trust me. Like... Yeah, anyway. Mary, do you wanna summarize?
Yeah, you want to give a summary, Mary?
So, in summary, Muslims constantly say that Muhammad has to be the prophet like Moses in Deuteronomy 18. And we have some early ahadith that cite Wadaka, who was the guy who convinced Muhammad that he wasn't delusional. And his statement was basically, Muhammad, you are the prophet like Moses. That's what he was telling Muhammad. That's what Muhammad was running around saying, that I am the second Moses. When Muhammad finally gets to Medina and comes face to face with Jews, and he's going, I'm the prophet like Moses, the Jews immediately go, no, you're not, because you are not a Jew. We think you're from Ishmael. That would make us your enemies, and you were not the child of the promise. You are the enemy. You are the child of disobedience. And we know for a fact, by the way, that Muhammad never traced his lineage to Ishmael, and neither did any of his other tribe members or anyone else until after Muhammad came to Medina and started preaching this. So Muhammad goes, oh, well, maybe I am the from Ishmael, and that doesn't mean that I'm illegitimate. Instead, I am going to invent another instance of this prophecy, and I am going to place it in the mouth of Abraham, talking about Ishmael's children. So he has to fabricate a second version of Deuteronomy 18, put it back even earlier, give it to Ishmael, or give it to Abraham speaking about Ishmael's children. And this fabrication shows that he was forced to abandon the claim that he was a prophet like Moses as soon as he came into contact with any real Jews. And it also shows that even though he kept saying that this stuff is in the Torah, all the stuff that actually confirms anything isn't there. You won't find this in the Torah because he just made it up. You won't find this you won't find the phrase in the Injil because Muhammad made it up. These are all fabrications that get stuck in the Quran that convict the Quran of being a fabrication.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Do you want me
for
to?
that.
You want me to connect it to that Isaac sort of like light
Yeah,
bulb
go
moment
ahead.
I had with? All right. So very briefly to summarize that, I'll quickly share my screen. And this is, by the way, connected to the whole Deuteronomy 18 stuff, which is, by the way, so after I finish this, bring up again Mary's slide on the Ishmael thing. So for the Jews in the first century, and especially Paul, now notice you're sticking with the confinements of the New Testament argument, right? As a whole package. So I already laid out, John, the parameters of that whole prophetess qualities. So in other words, Jesus does what's required of that term. So what is the later application for Jesus with respect to fitting that category? Well, notice you have in Romans 9 from 6 down to verse 9. It is not as though the word of God has failed. Not all the Israelites truly belong to Israel, and not all of Abraham's descendants are his true descendants. On the contrary, it is through Isaac, not Ishmael, Isaac, that descendants will be named for you. So then Paul explains, that is, it is not merely the children born through natural descent, which, by the way, was Ishmael, who were regarded as God's children, but it is the children born through the promise. Oh yeah, that whole promise language of Deuteronomy 18. The promise who were regarded as descendants, for this is the language of the promise. Meaning, what designates Isaac as special versus Ishmael not special? Well, he quotes Genesis 18, at this time I'll return and Sarah will have a son. So not only that, but Rebecca became pregnant by our ancestor Isaac, and then, and then it goes down, the argument goes down. So that Messiah to come, so now you can bring up Mary's slide, the Messiah to come has to be in the Abrahamic or the Jewish God who was designated as what? The God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, not the God of Abraham and Ishmael. All right. So the fact that Jews, even pre-Jesus, had this very specific term, the God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Oh yeah, the Messiah is going to come down through that lineage, which is the whole point of Paul's argument in Galatians and elsewhere. So look what Muhammad does here. And this is the light bulb moment for me, which is just blown me away with this. So I asked that question. I want an explicit, clear reference to Deuteronomy 18 that you claim is talking about Muhammad. And I wasn't aware that it's in the Quran. And here you go. It's in the Quran. But look what Muhammad does with it. He changes, and it's a little bit blurry, but in 129, he goes, our Lord, and raise up among them an apostle from them. And he shall recite to them thy signs and teach them the book. And if you go up to verse 27, 127, and when Abraham raises the foundations of the house, and Ishmael, quote, our Lord, accept this from us, thou. So, wow. So Ishmael, who is illegitimate, and the rewording of the Deuteronomy 18 verse, where's apostle mentioned in the original text, right?
Yeah, nowhere.
That demonstrates this is a cult. This is a guy reading what he wants to read in those original texts, and he would be totally laughed at, thrown out if he was among Jews saying, I'm that guy of verse 18, and I'm the guy under the Ishmaelite sort of so-called promise when there was no promise through Ishmael's line. So this is a clear-cut sign that he is. No one had this interpretation of Genesis 17, 18, and Deuteronomy 18. It's this undoes it completely. Like, I'm sorry, but this is a dynamite. Those two ayahs are just dynamite.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking into this. I'm going to be digging into the tafsirs on this.
Yeah, it's so hard. Yeah. It's so hard to like pay attention to what the Quran actually says because it's so context free that you just have these random farts of words, and then like slow down and contextualize and figure out what's happening here. It's hilarious.
So do you want to take one more debate clip before we sign off? And then I know we talked about possibly stopping at 10, and it's 10 after right now.
Yeah, we gotta. Yep, do one really quickly, and then
okay. Yep, we'll do one more debate clip, and then we'll pick this up again next week at the same time.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
So you're not taking questions?
As for the servant of the Lord that was referenced in Isaiah 42 and 49, that cannot possibly be Muhammad for many reasons. First, as widely recognized by biblical scholars, based on internal evidence, the servant described in Isaiah 42 is the same servant described as in Isaiah 49, which we just heard. He's also described in the 50th chapter and 52:13 through 53:12. So according to these passages, the servant is actually identified with Israel. Isaiah 49:3, because he embodies the nation of Israel. Was Muhammad identified with Israel? No. Was he an Israelite? No. Did he embody the mission of Israel? No. Did he have a primary mission, as Yeshua did, to go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel first and foremost to regather them? No. Muhammad did not have that mission. Jesus did. But let's take this a little further. According to these prophecies, the servant would stand out a certain way. Would his message go as far as Kedar? Yeah, in other words, to distant lands. But if you go to 49, it says that it will go to Sinim, which according to traditional lexicons was China. Maybe it's a prophecy about Confucius. I mean, it's using this same logic to find Muhammad in 42, because Kedar is mentioned. You might as well make the prophet into Confucius. But we don't even have to be silly with arguments like this, because it tells us that this very servant would be beaten beyond recognition. He would die a violent death. Was Muhammad beaten beyond recognition? No. Did he die a violent death? No. Not only so, it says that he won't retaliate, that he'll lay down his life for those that oppose him. It even says that he won't even put out just a burning wick. He won't put out. Muhammad, according to tradition, was a mighty warrior, was a conqueror. He was not the lamb that laid down his life. He was not the one who died a violent death and rose from the dead. Yet according to these passages, Isaiah 42, Isaiah 49, Isaiah 50, Isaiah 52:13 to 53:12, these are descriptions of the servant. There's no ambiguity here whatsoever.
I want to quickly jump on this, because he's bringing up Isaiah 42 and all that. Again, I'm reeling with the past, light bulb moment. I'm sharing my screen quickly. So in Isaiah 40, 41, 42 onwards, look at this. 41 verse 8 leads into, which is precisely the point of 42. So here's 42, right? Which Zakir and all these guys are trying to say is about Muhammad. In 41 verse 8, it actually starts from here. But as for you, Israel, my servant, remember, that's what Michael Brown just said, right? The servant Israel, right? Look at this. Jacob, whom I've chosen, and in what specific way? The offspring of my friend Abraham. Wow. Where's Ishmael mentioned? Ishmael is nowhere in any of these passages with respect to this chosen language and the promise and ultimately the Messiah that will come through. Because see, again in verse 14, don't be afraid, you little worm Jacob. So again, it's language to do with worm here is not a derogative statement. It's basically out of all the nations of this world. So worm, see, notice the juxtaposition, worm, Jacob, insects, Israel. They're tiny, right? And Isaiah's talking about how soon they're going to go into exile, which is the Babylonian exile. But they will still be redeemed. They'll still be saved through that. I myself will help you, declares the Lord, your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. So by the time you reach Isaiah 42 and other passages of Isaiah, like, for example, Isaiah, all the way back to Isaiah 9. So see this Galilee of the nations language in Isaiah 9, verse 1. Guess what? That's quoted in Matthew, in the Gospel of Matthew. I'll just quickly show it to you. Here's Matthew 4. Here you go. In Matthew 4, from 12 down, so when Jesus heard that John had been arrested and so on, he goes back to these particular locations, Zebulun and Naphtali, in order to fulfill what was declared by the prophet Isaiah when he said, boom, the people living in the darkness have seen a great light. You know, here's Galilee of the Gentiles. So, yeah, I've had my moment, but again, like Michael Brown's right on the money because it's through Jacob, not Ishmael. You can't. If Isaiah, if somewhere in Isaiah you have the servant and all that connected to Ishmael, then, and Mary would contest to this, based on that slide that she has, where it has Abraham and Ishmael in that same ayah, quoting Deuteronomy 18. Here's what would make it ironic, Mary. You and I would be shooting ourselves in the foot. Because if Isaiah explicitly said that the promise was through Ishmael, and you have Ishmael literally there in the text, then Muhammad actually became the first one to exegete it correctly. And everyone totally missed that in their reading of Isaiah, right? But Ishmael's nowhere there. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Like,
they shoved this into Ibn Ishaq. Ready? When Muhammad was born, hang on. When Muhammad was born, supposedly his mother's vagina shone with light, so that it was seen all the way in Basra and in Yemen, because her vagina was shining so much. And that is the interpretation of having seen a great light that Ibn Ishaq shoves in there.
Oh my gosh!
Wait.
Yeah. You didn't know this one?
I know the story. I know the story.
That's the connection. That's why her vagina shines with
there
light.
It is, the glad tidings. There it is. That glad tidings language is also in Isaiah 9. Yeah.
So anyway,
they invent the story. They invent the story about Muhammad's mother.
Yeah.
Her private parts shining for hundreds of miles.
So that
because to try to fulfill seeing a great light. They think it's literal, that there's a literal light going forth on the world. This is astonishing.
I told you it was great. I told you I had something fabulous. And the reason that they run to Isaiah more than anything else, there are these only two references that you can wrench. Well, there are three things that you kind of wrench out of the sources. One is a hadith from Waraqah that basically says Muhammad is a prophet like Moses, which Muhammad himself abandoned during his lifetime. I love the flashlights. I'm dying now. And another one is where Jesus says that, oh, there's one coming after me. His name is Ahmad. And you obviously can't find that in the Injil as it's supposed to be there, right? So, and then there's this third one that is this particular hadith that is found in a whole bunch of sources. And this is supposed to be the description of Allah's messenger found in the Torah, okay? And here is what it's supposed to say. O prophet, we have sent you as a witness and a giver of glad tidings, that is good news, and a warner and a guardian of the illiterates. Once again, you have the al-Ummiyah word here, which you cannot find anywhere in referring to in conjunction with a prophet. It does not exist anywhere, right? You are my slave and a messenger, that is apostle. I have named you al-Mutawakil, who depends upon Allah, the depending one. You are neither discourteous nor harsh nor a noisemaker in the markets. And you do not do evil to those who do evil to you, but you deal with them with forgiveness and kindness. Allah will not let him die till he makes straight the crooked people by making them say, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, with which will be opened blind eyes and deaf ears and enveloped, that means uncircumcised hearts. So,
which is Isaiah 6, by the way. It's language from there, I'm presuming. Yeah.
So there's some Isaiah 6 language, and then there's a lot of language from Isaiah 42. So they keep running to 42 about him not being a noisemaker in the markets. But what you actually have are a hadith about how Muhammad used to yell in the streets at people, and his face used to turn purple as he yelled. So that's really interesting for a guy who never yelled. So
Mary, quick question.
Yeah.
Why didn't, okay, it's how ironic. You're actually doing what I desire Muslims do for me, to show me, like in their sources, any sort of allusions or quotations or whatever of the, of the Bible. Why didn't Zakir Hussain himself, in the debate with Michael Brown, show these very citations instead of just quoting them just because?
Yeah, because then he would really, really have to defend these very specific ones, and he can't.
I know.
That's why. That's why you can't.
Brown would be looking at this, be like, "Wow, what sort of eisegesis is this?"
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. Isaiah 9 predicts about this great light, which is to do with the Star of Bethlehem, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's so Isaiah 9. So Isaiah was prophesying about a light exiting out of Mary's vagina. Like, what the?
And of course,
for unto us a child is given and a son is born. Oh yeah, that and this great light.
And Muslims ask the question.
Expect from the Alma.
Yeah, one second.
And one very final point, and then I'm completely done making points. As someone else noted here, so apparently his mom's vagina shined enormously, and yet she decided to name him Quthum, which, one of them means hyena. One of the possible names that he was given, he was supposedly renamed to Muhammad by his grandfather, right? And he was originally named like hyena or something like that before. And people are supposed to be astonished that he's unusual. Like in all the sources, everyone reacts in total and complete surprise that there's anything at all unusual about him, based upon everything they know about him. But supposedly all of these miraculous things were also supposed to happen when he was a kid. So people were all supposed to know that he had been called. And that's also a huge point, because Nadir wanted to say, oh, there were these people who were totally expecting this prophet. In those fabricated sources, they tell Muhammad's uncle and Muhammad, when he's a tiny boy, that he is a prophet that we are expecting. And yet you cannot find a single hadith from the time period of Muhammad's life referring to Muhammad talking to anyone about any of these events. You can't find any references to these events from the people of the Quraysh. You can't find anything about it. It's like it's invented, it's dropped in the beginning, and then miraculously everyone's brain falls out and they don't remember it anymore. By the time he turns 40, no one ever knows that he was ever supposed to be anything special at all. And no one ever knows that he was anything other than a pagan But supposedly all these miracles happened. Then all these people told him that he was a prophet before.
Not only that, but no one ever then goes out of their way to like make an explicit Anchor Yale Bible commentary on Muhammad's exegesis of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So,
down with my points. Go ahead.
A couple quick comments from the audience, and then I will give the callers a chance to speak. From Ionin, finally we know from where came the flashlight. It was thanks to Muhammad's mother. Because, you know, Muslims are always telling us that Islam invents everything scientific. So now we know where the flashlight comes from. Carol B says, Jesus had a star, but Mo had his mom's amazing rays. I think this is the new argument. This is a better...
Hey, Michelangelo, put some horns on Muhammad's head. Like, you know, the horns of Moses, you know, that raying out of the glory. Like, come on, Michelangelo.
I mean, this is a better argument for Muhammad being prophesized in the Bible than they typically go to. I wonder why they don't want to go here. I guess they're just a bit embarrassed by their own sources. So I will take comments or questions from my guests who are not the regular speakers in order. Lucian first. Do you have anything you want to add to anything said today?
No, not really, no.
Okay. Syed, do you want to say anything?
Hello, brother.
Hello.
I wanted to talk about the marriage age in Islam.
Yeah, not the subject for today.
I will be talking about it. I will be going over that debate later, but that will be a different stream. So I will be thrilled for you to join when that happens.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, we'll actually be discussing that on House of Hikmah on Thursday. You can tune in there. Note to the rest of the audience as well. Myself, David, Wyatt, who joined briefly but was having tech issues, and maybe Elle and your brother in Christ, depending on baby situation, will be on House of Hikmah in 2 days to look at the child marriage debates that took place over the weekend.
Okay.
So, researcher, you're up.
One question to Mary.
Oh, sorry.
Sure.
Syed, go ahead.
Mary, you wear a head scarf?
I do it because it's a lot faster than doing my hair for the stream.
So you wear regularly or just for a stream?
Not like this.
But you do wear?
Not to cover up my hair completely, no.
No, are you doing this as a religious purpose or fashion or what?
Well, whenever I go into church, unless I am totally distracted and forget, I usually have a headband, but I don't want to call attention to myself. So I don't do anything that's
not for religious purpose.
It is for religious purpose when I go to church, but I don't do like anything big. Okay. I don't go to a church where a lot of women wear them. There are some churches around here where a lot of women wear them, but they're mostly they're heavily African immigrants, and I would stand out, so I wouldn't want to do that where I'd stand out.
All right. Thank you, Mary.
But the symbolism of a scarf in Christianity is that of marriage. That's all it means. So it's like an ancient wedding ring, essentially. And it's the cultural. It was inherent to the culture of that time that's what it symbolized. So if you went into a church and then took off your scarf, it would be like walking into a church and pulling off your wedding ring. So it would be kind of a bit shocking and untoward. Young girls did not wear scarves. The prettiest unmarried girls didn't wear any scarves because it wasn't about not looking sexy to men. It was only a symbol of marriage, just like a ring. And it was a symbol of authority too, because it was a symbol that only householder women could wear, like a slave girl and a servant couldn't wear them because she didn't have that position. That was a position as a head of household. So it was a wedding ring and a sign of authority, and a sign of her relationship with a specific another man who is, who is another head of household. So it had a very specific meaning.
Mary, the headscarf in Islam is a purpose not for anything ritual or like that. It's not nothing about a ritual. You have to cover the head. It's not like that. In Islam, God said, this is your limit, how much you can show, your body in public. So
that's incorrect, Syed. It was actually done so that women wouldn't be recognized. But
yeah, it says specifically. It says it says that you need to wear, that you need to cover up so that you are not, what's the last word in that verse? So that you're not harmed, so that you will be recognized and you won't be hurt. So who needs to recognize you? That's Muslim men. Who will hurt you if you don't get covered up? Muslim men. And if you go to the Hadith, it's very clear that anyone who is sexually attractive needs to cover up, which is entirely different than being a head of a household.
Mary, you don't tell me about my religion. I tell you about my religion.
What's my aura? So you tell me, what's my aura?
No, Mary. Go
ahead, tell me. Inform me, what is my aura? What is it?
Mary, I will tell you about my religion. You don't tell me about my religion.
Well,
so listen to me.
So
maybe your religion isn't Islam.
I'm asking you to tell me what my aura is.
Just listen to me. Why Muslim women wear head covering plus the whole body? Why they cover? I will explain to you that.
We don't need your explanation. We know the apologetic explanation, and we know the historical explanation from the Hadith.
Okay.
Well, if you can educate me about what my aura is, I would love to hear it.
I will tell you simple. If women show off her, half breast in public, people will stare at her.
No.
Thank you. Okay.
And molested her. So Allah said, you cover your body full cover and
no, Syed, that is not the history. That is not the occasion of the verse. No one showed off half their breast in public. That is a story you invented out of your own imagination.
Well, the slave girls actually did and were forced to, but after the time of Muhammad, when this verse was revealed, the slave women still were not allowed to cover themselves up. The slave women still had to become, who were not Muslim, the non-Muslim slave women, they had to be vulnerable to the assaults of they had to be vulnerable to the assaults of Muslim men. It was only the believing women who were allowed to cover up. Everyone else, like there's a hadith about Umar walking around and ripping off the scarf of a woman who was not a believer. Why? Because she must be exposed and her aura must be visible to all the men so that they can lust after her instead of lusting after the Muslim women. So it's not about any kind of nice thing. It's about the class of women who are protected from the lusts of men by covering up enough. And then there's the class of women who must expose themselves so that they will be subjected to the lusts of men. Actually, one of the only things that the Islamic State did obviously wrong is that they put the Yazidi women in niqabs and stuff. But in the time of Muhammad, they would be forced to be uncovered and even possibly their breasts bare. So yes, there were women whose breasts were bare and they were all slaves. And after this was revealed, they were still naked so that they would be hurt instead of other people. So yes, the woman's aura is the entire woman, right? It's everything except for as much as her face as she needs to see to go where she needs to go, and as much as her hands as she needs to do things with.
Please don't explain Islam to us. You will just make scandals.
All right. Pause. Okay, Syed, this was way off topic. We're leaving it there. Syed. We're not talking about covering anymore. It's not the subject of the stream. We're done.
Just give me 1 second. Just give me 5 seconds, okay?
If you can tell me what my aura is, okay. If you can't tell me, I don't want to hear it.
Do you respect people or no?
I don't respect people
Don't
who
answer
are
the
lying
question.
to me.
Mary, don't answer the question. Don't answer the
Okay,
question.
okay,
Saeed,
okay,
make
okay,
your point, and we're moving on. I don't want to discuss this anymore. It's
okay,
off topic. You're disrupting the stream.
okay. Just give me for 30 seconds, okay? The movement, like Muslim women who cover from head to toe, they receive respect from man. And the woman who does not show off her body, they do not get respect from man. That's all.
That has nothing to do with the Islamic texts say, but we'll move
Nope.
on. Researcher, do you have any comments on today's stream?
Yeah. So, is there a way? I mean, based upon Bible, how can you say that a prophet is a true prophet or a false prophet?
Well, all you
I
have
fail
to
to
do
see
is
how that's related to the subject of the stream, which was whether Muhammad is prophesied in the Bible.
Because it is related
I
to
mean, we
that.
can answer the question if you want, but I
well, I
want
think
to be clear why you're asking.
yeah, I think it's kind of
I tell you why I'm asking.
okay.
It is related to a subject because if what you need to see is the standards that are set by the Bible or by the Torah, which is the Jews' book, are if Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is compatible to those standards, then he is a true prophet. If those standards are not applying, then he will be false prophet, right? According to you, for you, right?
I'll make it very easy. The biblical definition of a prophet is someone who speaks on behalf of Yahweh.
Now, there's also another criteria that would be added to that is if anyone brings any message that's not from that Yahweh source, as defined in the Bible, they are to be executed. They are to be stoned. That's out of the Torah, not even out of the New Testament.
And it says, for example, that a prophet speaks. Hang on. So let's look at our standards. First, a prophet must speak in the name of Yahweh. So did Muhammad say, I speak in the name of Yahweh?
What is Yahweh?
Exactly. He didn't speak in the name of the God of Abraham, who is Yahweh. So explicitly says that a prophet is one who speaks in the name of Yahweh. How may we know the word that Yahweh has not spoken? Because that's the name of God, right? When a prophet speaks in the name of Yahweh, so first of all, that's the prerequisite. First, you have to be speaking in the name of Yahweh. If the word does not come to pass or come true, that is a word that the Lord has not spoken. So that's one. So if it doesn't come to pass or come true, now Muhammad looked at a boy and said that the end of the world was going to come before this boy was an adult. That boy died many, 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 many years ago. So that would disqualify Muhammad. He would be a false prophet. There's also the fact that says that if he speaks a word in my name that I have not commanded him to speak, or who speaks in the names of other gods, that prophet shall die. Now, we know that Muhammad spoke in the name of Allah. It says in the name of Allah, Rahman, Al-Rahman, Al-Rahim, right? So he is speaking in the name of Allah and not in the name of Yahweh. So there's that. But there's also the fact that that Satan tricked him into speaking about worshiping three goddesses together with Allah and associating them for a while. He said it's okay to associate these three goddesses. And then later, Allah supposedly told him, no, wait, that came from Shaitan. He tricked you and put false words in your mouth. And then Muhammad went on to say that all the prophets have been tricked like this. But this makes it very clear that prophets have not been tricked like this before. That is a sign that he's a false prophet. If you speak a word that the Lord doesn't speak, that Yahweh doesn't speak, or if you speak in the name of other gods and here telling him to worship other gods, he's speaking in the name of other gods to tell him to worship them, then you're a false prophet. So according to this, he's a false prophet by the standards of the Bible in many different ways. So to be the prophet like Moses. He would have to first be a true prophet, and he can't be.
Okay, these standards you just mentioned, these are very vague, and then you are applying hearsay things on Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I need a more clear, discrete points. For example, I heard that in Bible or in Torah, it is mentioned that a false prophet will be killed by God.
No, it's not.
No.
That's
It
not
actually
true.
specifically says for the people to stone him,
No, the people
not
to
for
stone-
God to kill him.
Yeah, no, what I saw, and I'm not able to find it online, but
Because it doesn't exist.
that's what I'm asking, because if that would be a more discrete standard, if a false prophet happens, then, and who associate things that with God, and God has talked with me and things like that, then God is going to kill him, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't say that. So why would you say that it said
Yeah.
that? So let's actually look at that.
Then there is no discrete.
It says, no, it says explicitly, you shall purge the evil from your midst. So you are the ones who will kill him. You will kill him.
No,
you will execute him.
Yeah. So let me just read the passage
Be
here.
allowed to kill somebody. I mean, again, and humans. How does humans know? That's the problem. How does humans know that somebody is a false prophet or true prophet?
Well, it was
Yeah,
really
but-
easy with
well,
Muhammad because it just said,
Yeah.
if he's speaking in a name other than the name of
It's-
Yahweh.
So let me answer the question. Let me answer the question.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what you're getting at is anyone could write something like this. Anyone could write a text like
You
this.
should come up
Anyone
with a
could
standard.
make a claim about being a prophet. How do we know for an objective fact that someone is a prophet or not?
Yes.
Now here would be the Christian argument. Very briefly, we could talk hours for it, but let me just briefly lay out the case for Christianity. So it's multifold, but outline basically. The Old Testament story tells the story of rebellion against God. Starting with Genesis 3, man rebels against God. Man continues to rebel, get further away from God, continues to fail. Starting with Genesis 11 is the start of the story of restoration. So the biblical arc is one of fall and restoration. And in brief, the entirety of the Old Testament is pointing forward towards one thing. It's pointing forward towards one individual. Now, fast forward to the time of Jesus. An individual comes, Jesus obviously, and he claims to be the promised figure of the Old Testament. He works signs and wonders, right? But that's not definitive, as this passage itself says. If a prophet claims to work a sign or wonder and he isn't telling you to follow me, then don't believe him, because the demons have supernatural powers. They can do things that appear miraculous to human beings. I would say they can't work a true miracle, but they can do things that appear miraculous to human beings. Now, what does Jesus do to prove that he is the promised figure of the Old Testament? He does something that no human being could do, no demon could do. He predicts his own death and resurrection, and then he fulfills that prediction, which is exactly what the entirety of the Old Testament had been pointing to. Now, the expectation of the first century Jews was that they were going to have a figure come and free them from the hated Romans. They were going to have a political leader. They were going to have a new king that would get rid of the foreign enemies. That expectation failed. When Jesus was crucified, that expectation was dead. That should have been the end of the Jesus story. But something happened, something which is recorded in eyewitness testimony in the New Testament, that Jesus was seen to be alive again, that he had risen from the dead. So the resurrection of Jesus, as long as you're not presupposing naturalism and presupposing atheism, Jesus' resurrection is the best fit for the historical evidence. Jesus says that we can believe the Old Testament. He says we can trust in the scriptures. At that time, that was the scriptures. The entirety of the scriptures was the Old Testament. He says we can believe in those texts. He proves who he is. Something supernatural happened. That is the case for Christianity in short. That because of the resurrection of Jesus holding up to historical scrutiny, because of the Old Testament being written hundreds, in some cases thousands of years before his time, pointing forward towards that event, the only explanation is that Jesus is God incarnate, and the Bible is inspired, the Old Testament specifically, is inspired by an all-knowing creator who knew this was the plan from the start and pointed forward towards that moment from all of eternity. So it's entirely internal, right? The case is internally cohesive. It makes a lot of sense. I don't need to prove that, someone didn't die. So your proposed criteria would be that God would kill someone who claims to be a prophet, that is a false prophet. How would you know that the person was killed by God as opposed to just dying in some other manner? You wouldn't. That's actually not an objective criteria, even though you proposed it. Christianity holds up to historical scrutiny. It holds up to the best evidence we have available. You can use all of your intelligence to examine Christianity. Indeed, that's what the Bible challenges us to do. We often think, both believers and non-believers have a stereotype that Christianity or religion in general is about turning your mind off and just believing something no matter what. That is not what the word pistos, which is the word translated as faith, means. It means trust based on evidence. And we are explicitly challenged as Christians to test the spirits, to test the evidence, to use our mind, to love God with all of our mind. And when we do that, when we look at the entirety of the evidence, not something that can be totally explained in 10 minutes, but when we look at the entirety of the evidence, everything is pointing towards the truth of Christianity. So that's what our case is based on. It's not based on some arbitrary rule or some proof text. It's based on abundant evidence that all points forward towards one thing.
So even if your criteria is that God was the one to kill false prophets, remind me again how Muhammad died?
According to Muhammad's own testimony, how did Muhammad die? What did Muhammad say he died of?
I am simply saying that if
No. Answer the question.
I mean, he had he lived a normal life and he had illness when he got old, and that happens to everybody who dies. They get illness.
So Muhammad said, I am dying of something. What did Muhammad say?
The difference between getting killed, if somebody gets killed, let's say the poison killed him, then he should have killed at instantaneously.
Okay, how did he say by his own witness?
Okay, so you're saying Muhammad is wrong and he is a false prophet because he falsely declared why he was dying, and he was mistaken in that, and Allah should have told him otherwise but didn't.
No, if God kills false prophet, then he should have been killed. He should have been killed.
He said very clearly that the poison was cutting through his aorta. Earlier on, he stated that if I gave you any false testimony about Allah, that Allah would seize my right hand and none could stop him, and he would sever my aorta. Again, the same phrasing used later on. So by Muhammad's own testimony, he is a false prophet.
According to this gentleman, Joseph Smith was a true prophet because God did not strike him down immediately. According to him, David Koresh was a true prophet because God did not strike him down immediately. According to him, Jim Jones was a true prophet. So every deluded person out there, the Ahmadiyas are correct because the guy who founded it said that he was another prophet and God didn't kill him. So since God didn't kill him, then they're all true prophets, and we should follow all of them according to you.
Yeah, let me explain.
So one quick thing. The Bible explicitly says The Bible explicitly says that you should kill him. You should purge that he should be put to death, and you should purge the evil from your midst. You do it. And you're saying, no, God would do it. You're saying, oh, the Bible's wrong when it says that. Instead, God will do that. So now you're affirming every false prophet who has ever existed who has not been struck down immediately. And going to that, you explicitly deny Muhammad's own testimony, his own testimony about why he is dying. He is saying that he is dying because he's poisoned by the Jews of Khaybar, who poisoned him to determine whether or not he was a false prophet. So if the poison works, then he's a false prophet. And he said that he's never felt good again since that time. He's always felt the poison eating at him slowly since that time, is what he said. So ever since then, he's been dying slowly of poison.
Okay,
and
take one thing.
That was supposed to be the test that he was a false prophet.
Okay,
and yet he dies because he fails that test, because he ate enough to die from it. Again, he says that Allah is going to sever his aorta, and as he is dying, he's like, I am dying of my aorta being cut. So if what you say is true, then Joseph Smith is a true prophet, but Muhammad is still a false prophet.
Okay. Take one thing at a time so that you can understand the wisdom of God properly. Okay. The first thing you are saying about killing versus dying of an illness. Now, he could have got an illness through certain things, through poison or to whatever, but it's not getting killed. If somebody is getting killed,
a researcher. So you want to take one thing at a time. So that's your one thing. Let me ask you this: is any person who claimed to be a prophet, and died of natural causes a true prophet?
Yeah. So
yes.
Somebody.
Yes. So anyone who claims to be a prophet and they die of natural causes, they are a true prophet. Or if they die of not being struck down, they die by their own hand or something like that, or they're murdered by someone, right? They're a true prophet.
Let me complete the first thing. I am saying that if somebody, for example, has an accident, okay, and let's say if he is not killed, if he survives, it doesn't mean that he's killed by accident. If he survived and he had some injuries or something which he lingers on throughout his life, and he dies maybe 10 years, 15 years after that, it doesn't mean that he was killed because of the accident. Okay, so
we will grant that Muhammad died naturally. You don't have to keep arguing it. I'm going to grant that point. We're going to
grant that point and say that Muhammad was wrong, and that he did not know why he was dying, and he was mistaken when he accidentally said these things. So we're going to say Muhammad was wrong, and you're right.
Muhammad died of natural causes. Now, will you answer my question? Is anyone who claims to be a prophet and dies of natural causes a true prophet, according to your definition?
Right. Now, let me tell you the exact wisdom which Quran puts in. Okay. Quran says, if somebody claims that he has received revelation from God and he is lying, that person will be killed by God. Okay. Now get the wisdom. The wisdom is the person who claims to be a prophet. The first thing you need to ask him: did God told you? Can you share your revelation? If somebody is a mad person, okay, he's mental, for example, he would be just saying that I'm a prophet or something, but he would not be clearly able to tell what was the revelation which God told me, or did God declare to me, or that's a revelation God told me in a dream that, and talked with me and said that you are the prophet whose purpose is this and that. He will not be able to say those things. If somebody looks a sane person, an intelligent person, and then he says that, yes, God gave me a revelation and he told me that I am the prophet, and that sane person or intelligent person, then the verse will apply to him that he could possibly be, then he would be under that rule.
Okay, great. So researcher, you're saying that anyone who says that they're a prophet,
Mary, let me speak.
The person has to say.
Researcher, you said a bunch of words. You didn't answer my question. Is anyone who claims to be a prophet and is sane or appears to be sane to others and thus attracts a following and dies of natural cause, is that a proof that they're a true prophet? Because you just told me that according to the Quran, anyone who claims to be a prophet will be executed by Allah.
Who claims that he has received,
That's what being a prophet means, is receiving revelation
that's
from
what
God.
I'm trying to give you a wisdom that
I got the wisdom. I'm
agreed.
trying to see if you're consistent.
Yeah, he agreed. He said that anyone who isn't killed is a true prophet. Yeah.
All right. So if we show you someone who claimed to be
that
receiving,
God gave me a revelation, he shares that revelation.
Okay. He says that God gave him a revelation. He is sharing the revelation, and he is not killed, right?
And yes, and he's lying about it, but he's sharing a revelation with the people, and he's a sane person. He's an intelligent person.
Okay. Yes. So let me just give the criteria, which I think I want to understand your argument before we go further. Okay. So your argument is if someone appears to be sane, he claims to have received revelation from God, he gives that revelation to the people, then he should be put to death, or God will put him to death if he's a false prophet. Is that your argument? Yes. Okay. So if we show you someone who meets all those criteria, who comes after the time of Muhammad, what would you say? That person's a prophet, or would you reject your criteria?
That criteria, he passes that criteria.
Okay. Mary would like to share something with you. Mary, you're on mute. Oh, sorry. I got it. Oh, wait, no, never mind.
Do you have it? Right. Okay. Sorry. Sometimes whenever I close it out, I accidentally put myself permanently on mute. Okay. So if you, there was a guy named Joseph Smith. He said that an angel came to him with preserved golden tablets. And these preserved golden tablets were a new revelation that he was supposed to share with the people. And he began preaching and sharing with the people. No one said he was crazy. He definitely was not crazy. And he preached all sorts of things that were contrary to previous revelation, just like Muhammad did. That Muhammad contradicted what the Bible said. Well, so did Joseph Smith. Now, Joseph Smith died by being shot by a man. And you said that if somebody's killed by a man, well, I mean, you have to say that if prophets are killed by men, it's not a sign that God is striking them down, right?
Yes,
because it says that the Jews killed or the Israelites killed a bunch of their prophets. Yeah. So now we have a prophet who is sane. Hang on. He's sane. He's public.
He's going to say that being shot counts as being killed by God, is what he's going to say.
He's going to wiggle out.
So no, it's not, because he was killed by a man. Okay, so all of the whenever Muhammad accused the Jews and said that you guys used to kill the prophets, what Muhammad meant was Allah used to kill the false prophets when he was accusing the Jews.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
So in the Quran, it says, you Israelites, you children of Israel, you used to kill the prophets. And so it's saying how rebellious and evil the Israelites are, that they have killed the prophets.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're saying that those were actually false prophets and Muhammad shouldn't have been mad because somebody killed them. Yes?
Here's the thing you have to understand, okay? When somebody is not killed, it means, and she has shared the revelation and he said he's a prophet, and he's not killed, then he's a true prophet.
By Allah. So let's try again.
So
let's try again.
Move the goalpost.
You are saying that those folks who were killed.
It could be. What
so
I'm saying is,
now you're saying that whenever Muhammad says in the Quran that you, Bani Israel, that you have killed the prophets, what he meant to say is, it's not bad that you did that, even though I am saying that it's bad that you did that, because really it's good because they were false prophets. You're saying that all the prophets whom the Israelites killed were actually killed by Allah and they were false prophets. That's what you're saying now.
No, I am telling you that you are mixing things.
No, you're mixing things, honey. You
Okay.
need to tell me whether or
Okay,
not
okay, don't
if
touch me.
the Israelites kill a
Please
prophet
don't touch me.
wrongly,
Let me
according
complete
to,
my sentence.
and you have no right, according to the Quran,
Okay.
is that killing done by Allah?
Okay. So please let me complete. So I am not saying that true prophets cannot be killed or may not will not be killed. I am saying false prophet will always be killed. Okay.
Okay.
That's the difference. Okay.
I have a better example than the one.
I'm not saying that true prophets may not be killed. Okay.
Perfect. So let me ask you something. Are you an Ahmadi?
Again, I am representing myself. I'm not going to share.
Oh, okay, let me phrase it differently. Was Mirza Ahmed, the founder of the Ahmadi sect of Islam, a true prophet?
I'm not getting into that. I'm just having a conversation about.
It's important because if he if he's a false prophet, he should die by Allah's hand, right? In a obvious way. So, are you willing to accept him as a prophet if I show you that he died of natural causes?
Okay. Now another thing. That's one of the criteria.
Not another thing. Not another thing.
Okay.
I want to answer to this question.
Yes. Yes. Listen to me. This is now we are coming to who's a true prophet. For a true prophet, this is one of the criteria that false prophet will be killed. If
Wait. So you're now backing away from your own criteria because your criteria, which you agreed to, you gave me a yes, was has to think he has received revelation, has to be of sane mind, has to make that claim publicly. Those were the only criteria you gave me, and then can't have died by Allah's hands, because you told me that the Quran says anyone who makes a prophet claim and they do so publicly and they're of sane mind will be put to death by Allah. Now you're trying to say, well, never mind, that's not the criteria.
No, you're right. So this particular claim, I have to do a research. What he claimed, what did he said? Did he share his revelation or not? Right?
He shared his revelation.
I have to go through all that to see if he shared, what kind of revelations he shared. Okay, and I have to do my research.
It doesn't matter what kind of revelations. It's just that he shared his revelations was the requirement.
No, but one of the important revelations should be that God told him that you are a prophet. Otherwise, how he knows that he's a prophet?
Okay, can I just quickly throw in a little bit of an example here, coming back to Jesus?
Before you do that, Rob, we just have to say goodbye. I'm sorry.
We're gonna
wait,
real quickly here.
I want both of you to watch this as well. What I'm going to share quickly.
It's like a 1 minute clip. I know what Rob's going to play. So if you can wait one more minute.
We'll wait.
No, it's not a clip. No, it's not a clip. It's in John 7. I just want to quickly show this.
I thought you were going to play the clip of that false prophet guy claiming that light was coming out of him. But
oh no. This is connected. Believe it or not, because all of you are quoting Deuteronomy 13. And anyway, finish your point, Elle, and your brother in Christ, and then I'll.
Oh no, the point was that we were saying goodbye. But go ahead.
Okay.
I don't know if you should trust Rob on 1 minute, but go ahead, Rob.
All right, I'll try my best. So in John 7, later on and John 6 and John 7, you have this is the prophet, right? Which Mary and I were going extensively on. Well, in John 7 verse 11 down to 14, you have this statement where Jesus is going to this festival, and the Jewish leaders kept looking for him. Where is that man? And there was a great deal of discussion about him among the crowd. Some were saying he's a good man, while others were saying, no, he is deceiving the crowds. And all the scholars will point out that that's directly from Deuteronomy 13 verse 5 and verses 12 to 18. And so then, what does Jesus do? Which is what this guy, what's his name? Is it reserved? Researcher. He literally just said about authentication, right? What does Jesus do in verse from verse 15 onwards? So the Jewish leaders were astonished and remarked, "How can this man be so educated when he has never gone to school?" Here's the Deuteronomy 13 thing coming right at line again. Verse 16. In fact, this is also Deuteronomy 18, because don't forget, 18 says, "I will put my words in his mouth," right? So verse 16, Jesus replied to them, "My teaching is not mine, but comes from the one who sent me. If anyone wants to do his will, he will know whether this teaching is from God or whether I'm speaking on my own," which is the qualifications of a false prophet versus a true prophet. Deuteronomy 13 is a prophet, and also Deuteronomy 13 and Deuteronomy speak about how a false prophet does not speak on behalf of God, but a true prophet speaks on behalf of God. So he will know whether this teaching is from God or whether I'm speaking on my own. The one who speaks on his own seeks his own praise.
Good point.
The one who seeks the praise of him who sent him is genuine, and there is nothing false in him. Moses gave you the law, didn't he? Yet none of you is keeping the law. Why are you trying to kill me? So I just want to throw this in there that in the New Testament, you already have Deuteronomy 13 on the lips of Jesus, where he throws it back at them. I'm not that false prophet that you think I am of Deuteronomy 13. And obviously, as the reader, you realize that he is the true prophet of Deuteronomy 18, the one who's to come. So, yeah.
That's a good point, that the true prophet talks about the God. He talks about the revelation from God. He does not, and some of the false prophets you look at, they are considering themselves as God. You know,
Yeah, like Muhammad commanded everyone to pray to him.
I mean,
yes.
that's
yes,
exactly. Thank you
guys,
so much for
you
proving
guys
our
are
point.
Excellent.
You guys are opponents. You think like that.
That's actually out
so
of
wait, you've just now thrown out your previous criteria. So no longer is every true prophet not one who's killed by God.
I'm not taking back my criteria.
Alan, your brother in Christ, sign off.
Can I talk, please?
God bless, guys.
No, you can't. Alan and your brother in Christ, any last thoughts from you? Never mind, they're off. All right, you guys.
The last thoughts was the shot across the bow.
And then you guys just start talking. How rude of you. You got to let them leave. You got to let them say bye. All right. So we do need to wrap up quickly here. Mary wants to raise a quick point. Then researcher, I'm going to let you talk. And then MasihiMuslim will get to you. Or MasihiMuslim will have to get to you on another day. You've joined the stream many times before. So we really do need to get off.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Sure.
You can ask. We may not answer it, but go ahead and ask the question.
No, you don't have to answer my question. According to Christianity, how God supposed to die? A gunshot or crucified?
The Old Testament predicts that the Messiah will be crucified.
So Old Testament predict God will die on cross.
It predicts that God will become incarnate in the figure of the Messiah and that he will die of crucifixion.
All right. Thank you, brother.
That's not funny, but that is what the text says.
And
if he died any other way,
before it's even invented, he was crushed for our iniquities. He was pierced for our sins.
We're not going to debate it. You asked a simple question.
God cannot die. You're supposed to say God cannot die. Rather than you explain
No, we're not, because that would be
stupid. Jesus is about to be thrown over a cliff, and he's like, "My hour's not yet," and he slips away. And then just when the moment comes for him to die a specific way as prophesied, then he allows it.
Yep, he's about to be stoned in another place, and he slips away again.
So your dead thing, your die thing, you're committing a fallacy where you substitute in one definition of the word for another. both
So,
Muslims and Christians believe
so
that
you
life
believe,
continues after death. In this context, dead only means the end of bodily life, which is not a problem. You're trying to substitute in the other definition of cease to exist. Yes, God can't cease to exist. Yes,
so,
God can have an end to his bodily life if he first becomes incarnate. There's no contradiction. There's no problem. That we're done with that.
so
Okay,
Jesus,
because we want to
So
wrap up the stream here.
so Jesus
bye.
did not die as a God.
You are completely
Bye.
wrong. Go away. So
Okay.
we have dealt before with the difference
All right.
between personhood and ontologies and the two natures of Christ, and that Christ was truly man and truly God. So as he was
Again,
truly man,
yeah.
he could truly die because his body could cease to have life in that body. He had an actual
Again.
body, therefore he followed those
Yeah.
rules. So
He
we are done with
actually
you.
died as God, just they didn't actually cease to exist because there's two different definitions of the word die. That's all. You're just confusing definitions of the word. It's actually quite simple, but of course you're going to just keep insisting that no, die means something different, blah, blah, blah. So we're not going to get into that today.
All right, sir.
All right. So
So
Mary wanted to make a quick point, and
Yep.
then I want to
Can
give
I make
researcher
a
a
quick
chance to
point,
speak.
please?
who is
Could,
that?
could I make a quick point?
Go ahead, Syed.
No,
1
this
minute
is
max.
Masih, that's
Masih.
Masih.
Oh, Masihi, sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead, 1 minute.
yeah, you see, the thing is, on Surah 3, 144, Muhammad, it says Muhammad is no more than the messenger. Many messengers passed before him. And then in Surah 46, 9, it says, say, O Muhammad, I am bringer of nothing new among you, nor do I know what will be done with me or with you. Now he keeps calling himself a messenger, and he says, it says, the Quran says he's nothing more than a messenger. Now, how do we prove the prophethood in light of these verses? Because the Quran is saying he's no more than a messenger.
Prophet is a messenger.
No, different. Prophet is a postman.
Same thing.
All right. So
Postman
Masihi
brings-
says
Sorry.
Muhammad's
He's a
not a
message.
prophet at all. Got
I
it.
love that.
But
Prophet is the postman.
Yeah.
No, prophet.
He
Sorry,
he
prophet
he
is
brings
not
a
a
message
postman. Messenger is a postman.
from God.
No.
He
Okay,
Okay,
we
I'm
got it.
literally,
God
I'm
and shared
becoming
with
exhausted.
humanity.
All
Like,
right.
Yeah,
I think
we're
we're
not
done with
buying your
this.
argument.
Okay, now
We're not buying your argument. Mary wanted to make one point. Mary wanted to
Okay.
make one point, and then I want to give researcher a chance to speak, and then I'll have the closing word, and then we're done.
just
So like all Muslims, hang on. Like
If I
all Muslims,
didn't just say your name, you're not speaking.
so like
Mary,
all
go.
Muslims, researcher wants to misread something and apply his misreading and his illiterate misunderstanding and say that it's the only way that things could be read, even though there are other references that are very clear. Now, what he wants to misread is that prophet must die, and he wants to pretend that it says that prophet must be killed by God, which it does not say. There are other places that explicitly say it is the responsibility of the Jews to purge the evil from within, from their midst, that they are responsible for putting him to death. And he is ignoring the explicit verses that say, Jews, you need to put a false prophet to death, and instead is taking his own special short bus interpretation that he applies on a passage that is contrary to the explicit text and declare that this is true. And even taking that, and so he is now committed to the idea that every prophet who is sane, has a public message, brings new revelations from God, and amasses a bunch of followers and has an ummah, right? That person, if he isn't killed by God, then he's not a false prophet. Well, then he slips and says, oh, well, by killed by God, I mean any kind of unnatural death. So if he gets shot, but then again, in the Quran, it says that the Israelites had killed a whole bunch of the messengers, the true messengers that came before. But now he's saying that all these messengers were false and are saying that the Quran's wrong and the Torah's wrong. So all of these are wrong and he's right. So he's going to throw everything out. And I can give many examples of various people who said that they spoke in the name of the God of the Bible. They actually said that they spoke in the name of Yahweh, unlike Muhammad, who didn't even make that claim because he didn't even know the word. But if we find out about Sun Myung Moon, the founder of the Moonies Unification Church, he claimed that he was another Messiah and he was another prophet. And he died of natural causes of pneumonia at the age of 92. So this person is clearly more of a true prophet than Muhammad was, because Muhammad, according to Muhammad's own testimony, which again, he wants to throw out, Muhammad's false, his testimony is false. Muhammad says that he was killed by the method that he said he would be killed by if he is a false prophet, the severing of his aorta. He said that he died because he failed a test that was given to him, the test of prophethood through the poison. And he also said that he died by being killed by someone else, not by natural means. So in those three ways, he fails researchers' own criteria, right? And yet, even though he fails those three, he's still going to go, oh no, all of these things are wrong. The Torah is wrong now whenever it says that you should kill him. The Quran's wrong now whenever it says that whenever the Israelites killed the prophets, they were in the wrong. They actually must have been in the right because Allah must have ordained them to do it. And now Muhammad's wrong when he gives testimony about how he is dying and why he is dying. And so he's going to throw out every source that there is to promote his own distortion, which then would affirm the Moonies as truer prophets than Muhammad. So let's just now have Moonies. And also the crazy chick in Korea who says that she is the mother of God, and who was the former lover of a dude who said that he was who said he was a Messiah, right? He died of natural causes too. Another crazy Korean chick. So all of these people are true prophets. They teach contradictory things, but they're true, and they're more true than Muhammad according to his own standards. So researcher, tell me why I shouldn't be a Moonie.
All right, researcher, you have your final thoughts?
Right. So I will just say that regarding what Mary had said. So God said, "I will kill him." Okay. He will kill.
Where?
A false. Again,
Mary, don't interrupt.
So God will kill him, the false prophet. And I just told you how does the ayat is not just that, but I'm giving a summary. He has to be sane. He has to share the revelation. Right. That's the words. Mm-hmm. But I would basically, in essence, God will kill a false prophet. He could kill by a natural to natural circumstances, or it could be to a man. But the word is he will kill. God will kill. Okay, not that he will kill by natural causes. He just said God will kill. Okay, it could be natural, or it could be through he can do it to a human. So, and the second point is, this is a criteria to show, or a self-sufficient criteria for to show a false prophet. Okay, so she was saying that some true prophets were killed based upon Quran. Again, this is the criteria to show a false prophet. True prophets could be killed or could survive and have a long life, but this criteria is not saying that true prophet will not be killed. It's just saying that the false prophet will always be killed. Okay, this is the self-sufficient criteria. And another point which Rob had put forward is also a very good criteria, that a false prophet will not be able to relate himself with God. He would say things which are not, going through the chain of commandments.
Just quickly. That's Jesus.
Yeah, yes, and we
Jesus was clarifying that.
Right. So basically that's a good criteria, because whatever the false prophets say, it does not relate to the chain of commandments which God has shared in the past. And also they sometimes share vague things, and as well they share things which they sometimes consider themselves God, things like that. So you can't really relate their things with God. And that's a good criteria too. The third very good criteria is that the true prophet is always successful. Now the false and he is successful in front of all probability of failure and the problems which are around him, he is still successful. His and his followers are successful now, and it grows. Okay, that's a very important criteria for a true prophet, and you can see that the false prophet could, after claiming prophethood, he may survive for some time, he may have some followers, he can grow, but then suddenly, eventually, those followers will move away from him, and then the false prophet is no more to be seen, and his ideology is gone. But a true prophet's ideology stays and progresses. Okay, so that's another important criteria. So these are the things I wanted to share.
Is it his time to talk, or can I quickly also add another quick comment? What he just said about successful. Just quickly, this is so important. Isaiah 53 has the servant being described as being successful. It's actually prophesied. My servant will what? Succeed.
And not only that,
finished. When things were fulfilled, it is tetelesty, paid in full. It's done.
So, and not only that, Rob, Psalm 22 prophesies the crucifixion, and it ends by saying that somehow through this crucifixion, that the whole world, all the nations, all the Gentiles will come to know Yahweh.
Also, Thaddeus, I discovered this the other day. This is brand new to me. I'll quickly share this as well. You know, when we were talking about John 10, how Jesus quotes Psalm 82, he's the God of the council, all that. I did not know this, but the Septuagint at the end of Psalm 82, it says, "Arise, O God, for all the nations belong to you," right? Because that Elohim, that God is judging the council members, all the other gods. In the Septuagint, it's anastemi. It's the Greek word for resurrect. Resurrect to the God of the council that judges the other gods. Resurrect, O God, for all the nations belong to you. And it's just like, oh my goodness. That is the context of what's happening with respect to Jesus, especially at Pentecost, because not only in his resurrection did he defeat the powers of darkness, the other gods, but indeed all the nations have come to him, and he was successful in that sense. So, the key researcher, the fact that he said successful there, fantastic. Thanks for pointing that out. Sorry, Thaddeus.
Looks like Lucian wants to say something. No? Okay, so we have a couple quick questions from you, researcher. If you could just give us like brief one-sentence answers. We just want to clarify a couple points. Mary, you wanted to ask something?
Okay. I need you to explicitly, you said that the standards of the Bible say that God will kill the prophet. And actually, originally you said he will strike him down immediately, but then you ran away from that. But let's find the verse that says that God will kill the prophet. So give me that verse, please. Everything depends on it.
Yeah, well, he said earlier that he didn't know it. So let me phrase the question differently.
Yeah, I asked you
guys.
Will you
promise to go and search for that? And if you can't find it, then either drop the argument or go to the person who gave it to you, because there actually is no such verse in the Bible.
Yeah, I will look for it. I thought you may know, so that's why I asked. But that criteria exists in Quran.
Yeah, it definitely exists in the Quran. We'll give you that. So I agree with what you said, that the Quran criteria doesn't actually tell you who is a true prophet. It only tells you who is a false prophet. So you were correct when you said that a true prophet could still die in a violent way according to this criteria. However, if the Quran criteria fails, if a person who is a false prophet dies of natural causes, that would mean the Quran is incorrect. Do you agree? Just hypothetically right now, if someone claims to be a prophet, they live a long life and die of natural causes, would that invalidate the Quran? Or would that alternatively prove that that person's a prophet? So which would it be?
Okay. It will, of course. So the first thing is, I could have misunderstood it as well. I will try to understand it better. If my understanding stays the same, then of course it means that Quran is failing in that
Okay.
particular regard.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a perfect answer. You call yourself researcher. I'm going to assume that you are willing to do some research. So we've given you two examples. I gave you Mr. Ahmed. Mirza Ahmed is his name. He's the founder of the Ahmadi religion. So I want you to research him. And then I want you to research the founder of the Mooney religion that Mary supplied. Do you know the name of that individual?
I just put it in the chat. I'll put it again because it's moving a little bit fast. So right there, here's his name. It's Sun Myung Moon. They're called the Moonies or the Unification Church.
In the chat. Okay, let me see.
Yeah, so she put on the Wikipedia, or on the YouTube chat.
Yep, YouTube chat.
Put it. Yeah, I'll put it on the private chat as well. So I want you to research those two individuals. I put them both in the private chat.
You mean the wiki one? The wiki link you shared? That's the one?
Yeah, so there's two Wikipedia links in the private chat, and they're also in the public chat. So if you don't have to look at just the Wikipedia article. That's just so you can get the spelling of their name and whatnot. You can do whatever research you want about those individuals, but I want you to research those two individuals, and I want you to research the criteria of the Quran, because I think that you're actually correct. I think that is actually what the Quran is saying, that a false prophet will be stricken down by Allah, which would suggest that if someone is a false prophet, that they, and to be clear, someone has to be, because all these people are contradicting one another, and they die of old age.
And then tested with Jesus.
That would invalidate the Quran, which you, at least in principle, agreed to. So all I want from you is to research those two things. And then if you're up for it, you can also email me at Thaddeus@reasonedanswers.com to set up a time when you're ready, no pressure, but when you're ready to have a discussion along these lines. Or of course you can jump on to any of my streams where we open up for questions.
Okay, and I will also look into Bible for the verse.
Okay. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Thank you for that. Thank you for everyone who's watching today.
Oh, I added one more person in the chat. I added the founder of the Mother of God Church. So check the chat for one more person. He also died a natural death. So, whoops, sorry.
It's not appearing in the chat. In the private chat.
So I put in two names. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep. So thank you everyone for joining today. We'll be back here next week at Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern time, the same time this started. So whatever that was for your local time, we'll be back to continue our look at the debate. This is going to be the start of a regular feature where we have Mary on and possibly other people. Obviously next week we'll have other people on as well, but always at least Mary every Tuesday at that time. Probably Wednesday morning for many of you, but Tuesday here in the US.
Mary, you gave me a dopamine rush. Thank you.
I have found so many insane things as I've been doing my translation of the Quran. So you can, I'll send you stuff with my footnotes as I finish it. Okay.
Sweet. Awesome.
Right. So I do have
I'm going to be heading out.
Thaddeus, do you see my email? Are you able to see my email or no?
If you put it in the public chat, YouTube's going to automatically block it because it will have a .com or whatever.
Okay.
I would definitely love to have your email. If you can put it in the private chat on the Video Ninja site, or you can just grab my email and email me first. Either way.
I will email you.
Excellent. Yes, I'd love to talk to you more. So I have a clip to play us out since we're looking at Muhammad in the Bible. And As Truth and I have done a series on that where we called Finding Nomo. The attempts to find Muhammad in the Bible keep coming up empty. We keep finding no mo. So the theme song is Just Keep Searching. If you're familiar with Finding Nemo, you'll recognize it, but with new lyrics. So I'm going to play that to close this out. Thank you all for joining. Like I said, this time next week at Tuesday, I'll also be on Saturday and maybe Sunday. So look for announcements on those. Thank you. God bless. Our hero is having a rough time of it. Every time is having a rough time of it. Our hero is having a rough time of it. Every time he thinks he has found evidence of Muhammad, it disappears into a bottomless pit of reason and common sense. Muhammad! No! No! Where's Muhammad? No mo there! No mo there! No mo anywhere!
Woohoo! Hey, what are you doing?
Looking for Muhammad in the Bible. That verse was my only chance of finding him, and now it's gone.
Hey, Mr. Grumpy Muslim. When Muhammad can't be found, you know what you gotta do?
I don't want to know.
Just keep searching, just keep searching, just keep searching, searching, searching.
Zakira, no singing.
What do? We search, search, search. La la la, I love to search.
Perhaps Zakira